Good evening, everyone. It's dark, but it's times. Tonight we're going to play book number 2 from the GrailQuest series of books by Brennan. Before we begin the proper section 1 or section 2, like last week, there's about 20 pages of story introduction we're going to go through, which will encompass, I think, the character creation as it did in the previous book in the series. So let's start with the first part of the introductory story called Merlin. Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Can you hear me? Can you read me? I'm speaking to a seashell, a conch shell to be exact. 4 knights and a surgeon at arms think I've gone bonkers. But they know nothing about magic. No. No, indeed. When you're a wizard like me, you can use a conch shell like a telephone. Which is just as well, since telephones haven't been invented in my time. Hello? There anybody at the other end of my conch shell? This is Camelot calling. Are you receiving me? You. Yes, you. The one sitting there reading that GrailQuest book. It's part of my magic, that book. Yes, indeed. And a very important part. You are reading a spell. Did you know that? I wrote it myself and sent it forward through time in the shape of a book. It's a net spell. It catches your mind as you read the book. Nets it like a fish, I hope. Then I draw in the net, and next thing you know, you're in my time. Your mind is, anyway. Your body stays more or less where it is. You'd like to visit my time, wouldn't you? It's full of interesting things. Knights, squires, jousting, quest, that sort of thing. It's the time of King Arthur, the time of Camelot, and the Table Round, or Round Table, as people insist on calling it wrongly. I want you to visit my time. I need you to visit my time. There's a bit of a problem with dragons. Just a small thing. You'll sort it out in no time. You'll find it easy to visit. Just carry on reading this book. That's all there is to it. Turn a few pages and the spell will start to work. That isn't too hard, is it? Nearly forgot. When you arrive, you'll find you've become Pip, the adopted child of a freeman farmer called John, and his wife, Miriam. Pip's been leading a fairly quiet kind of life recently, but all that's about to change. You'll need to bring dice with you, ordinary 6-sided dice, preferably with spots. You'll need 1 at least, though 2 will be better. You'll also need a bit of paper, something to write with, and an eraser. That's the equipment you'll need to get you started. Just go off and collect it now, before you do anything else. Then, you can begin. Second part of the introduction called The Threat to Avalon. I wonder if it's still Merlin talking in a shell here. Not quite sure. I'll preserve my voice, actually. So, the threat to Avalon. There was always trouble when it rained in August. The first 2 weeks especially. Old residenters will look up at the leaden sky and mumbled grimly. Rain in August the first week, next year's outlook will be bleak. And anyone who happened to overhear them will be prone to adding the second half of the ancient saw. And if the rain continues on, all hope of peaceful times is gone. Well, it had rained the first week of August last year, and the second, and the third, and the fourth. In fact, it was still raining well into September, by which time everybody was thoroughly sick of listening to the old residenters mumbling grimly to themselves. Everyone was thoroughly nervous as well. A wet start to August meant a good breeding season for dragons, which in turn meant a plague of the fire breathers. When they reach maturity the next year, the Knights of the Round Table will do their bit in killing off the pest, of course, but when there was a really good breeding season, there were never enough knights to go round. So the dragons rampaged something shocking, setting thatch alight, devouring cattle, terrorizing villages, and carrying off maidens. Well, they were burninating the peasants. Yep. But that wasn't the only thing. Last August, the August we've been talking about, there were omens as well as rain. At least, the old residenters claimed they were omens. Lightning blasted the Druid Hawk on Glastonbury Common twice in succession during a particularly violent storm. Everybody knows lightning never strikes twice in the same place, muttered the old residenters grimly. That be an omen, that be. Then there was the business with the grave digger who managed to bury himself in an open grave. When the funeral procession arrived, with the coffin, there was no neat hole for it to go in, only a slight indentation filled with loose earth, and beneath it the unfortunate gravedigger, now as dead as his former clients. The inquest decided it was an accident, a landslip brought on by all the rain, but the old residenters were far from satisfied. Old Silas will never have made a mistake like that, they muttered grimly, referring to the late gravedigger. That be an omen, that be! And so it went on throughout the rainy month of August. A massive thunderstorm plowed a deep furrow through Farmer Gabriel's meadow and killed 5 of his sheep. A 2-headed calf was born in the earth that kept the abbey monks supplied with milk. King Arthur's favorite falcon slipped its thigh and flew off southwards, never to be seen again. And for once it turned out that the old residenters were absolutely right. The following year was absolutely dreadful. Fresh, vigorous young dragons popping up all over the realm, with new ones appearing as fast as their harassed knights could kill the old ones off. But it wasn't the worst of it. The plague of dragons could be easily enough explained by the good breeding season occasioned by the rainy August. The omens pointed towards something else. The old residenters waited patiently, nodding their heads grimly at each new report of dragon damage. That bean't the worst to come, they would say, not by a long chalk. The worst to come came in June, on a cloudless day that promised a long dry summer. On the morning of that day, a carriage emblazoned with ecclesiastical insignia thundered, unannounced, up to the gates of Camelot, with quite unecclesiastical indications of haste, and there emerged from it, demanding immediate audience with the king, a portly messenger from His Eminence the Archbishop of Canterbury. He was admitted at once, of course, and despite a tendency towards pomposity, managed to capture King Arthur's attention with the very first words he spoke. The words were, Your Majesty, a brass dragon has escaped from hell. Now this was not, of course, precisely true. Brass dragons were extremely rare in Avalon, or anywhere else for that matter, and there was considerable controversy about their origins. Churchmen generally believed they were bred in hell itself, and said so dogmatically whenever the subject arose in conversation. But the infernal origins of brass dragons had never been satisfactorily proven, and there was a body of opinion which held the beast came from somewhere else. The truth was, no one quite knew for sure, not even the old residenters who thought they knew everything. What everyone did know was that brass dragons were very, very bad news indeed. A word about dragons generally may not go amiss here, since not everyone is personally familiar with the breed. Your average run-of-the-mill dragon, the sort that mates in August if it's raining, is a grey-skinned, scaled and ridge-backed reptile weighing somewhere around 6 tons and growing to a length of 5 meters. There are two main species. Those that move on 4 feet and are fully equipped with claws, and those which move mainly by means of their 2 hind legs, and use their shortened front legs rather like arms. The latter type, which are generally more intelligent, have claws only on the hind feet. The 4 feet have developed into hands of a sort. Both species are aggressive, vicious, and extremely difficult to kill on account of their heavy scaling, which acts as natural armor. Both are meat eaters, which accounts for the devoured cattle and probably the missing maidens. And both share the curious habit of consuming foliage from chestnut trees during the first hour and 15 minutes after sunrise. The business with the chestnut leaves has nothing to do with hunger. Leaves consumed at this time do not travel down the normal digestive tract, which does not open until 2 hours after sleep, but go instead into a second stomach, set forward and a little below that which the reptile uses to digest food. Here, in the second stomach, the leaves are converted into sedimentary layers of humus, which, encouraged by the dragon's body heat, gives off vast quantities of methane gas. Methane, as you probably know, is highly inflammable. What you may not know is that once a dragon is 4 months old, it develops crystalline extrusions on its upper fangs and a thin layer of natural metallic capping on the lower. The result of these developments is that when the dragon snaps its jaws together sharply, it produces a spark. This spark will normally ignite the almost continuous flow of methane from the second stomach, producing the fiery dragon breath, which is such a distinctive feature of the breed. All in all, dragons are very formidable creatures, but brass dragons make ordinary dragons look like pussycats. There have only been 5 authenticated appearances of brass dragons in the whole of recorded human history. 2 in Asia, 1 in Europe, 1 in Spain, and 1 which turned up in Londinium before the Romans left. In every instance, the destruction route was massive. 3/4 of Londinium was demolished or ravaged by fire, and 17 of the very finest Roman legions completely wiped out before the beast stupidly consumed the entire stock of an alehouse and drowned after falling drunkenly into the Thames. While the natural history of the ordinary dragon is relatively well known, no one really has the least idea where brass dragons come from, what laws govern their abrupt appearance, or how to get rid of them when they do appear. Typically, a brass dragon will turn up out of the blue, run riot for several months or years, then simply disappear. The drowned dragon of Londinium was unusual in the way it met its fate. No one ever succeeded in killing one, neither knight nor commoner. One reason for this noteworthy failure is that there is every indication brass dragons may be magic. No wonder the church considered they escaped from hell. A brass dragon? Gasped King Arthur. Escaped from hell, confirmed the Archbishop's messenger grimly, at which the pent-up tensions of the court exploded abruptly and everybody began to talk at once, swoon, scream, run, and otherwise react to the news. It was pandemonium. King Arthur had to wait for order to be restored before he heard the whole story. First off, there was absolutely no doubt about the monster really being a brass dragon. Although rare, this species was quite unmistakable. For a start, they grow more than twice the size of ordinary dragons, and their color, far from grey, is a metallic brass, which glints and sparkles in the sunshine. Then there was the magic. Brass dragons have generally been credited with all sorts of wonders, including the power of speech. No one had heard this particular brass dragon talk yet, and its wonders were so far confined to the now you see it, now you don't variety, appearing and disappearing without anybody knowing where it came from or where it went to. but it was more than enough to establish that it was magic. The first reported sighting of the beast was near a forest close by Winchester, where it was apparently amusing itself by demolishing a woodsman's hut. The artisan who saw it had drink taken, so his story was given less credence than it might, even though the wreckage of the hut was plainly there for all to see. The creature next turned up briefly in Cornwall, although our King Arthur, who had relatives in Cornwall, missed hearing about it was a mystery. Several fishermen, pulling out in pursuit of the day's catch, noticed it clinging to a cliff face. Since they were sober men, as sailors have to be, their word was believed, although a party of men-at-arms sent to investigate could discover not a hint of anything on or near the cliff. There was what might have been a third manifestation far to the north, where something, although no one could say exactly what, had torn huge holes in the remains of Hadrian's wall, that vast rampart left by the Romans to keep the greedy Scots from marching south to sell the English whiskey. But the worst of it was the attack on Cernyahabas Monastery, that ancient seat of learning overlooked by a very rude picture of a giant carved into a hillside in prehistoric times. It was from that very hillside that the brass dragon had approached. The survivors claimed it was as large as a castle, with eyes the size of soup plates, and a flaming breath more than 100 meters long. The ground shook with every step it took, its roar was like thunder, and so on. All greatly exaggerated, no doubt, as these things tend to be, but the fact remained that Cernyahabas Monastery was no more. The stonework was demolished as if struck down by an army of battering rams. The woodwork was burned to a cinder. All the tapestries rushed matting, curtaining in a priceless library of books, manuscripts, and scrolls went up in smoke. The abbot was burned to death, trying to save a relic of the true cross from the monastery chapel. 178 monks were trapped beneath the fallen rubble. Herds of cattle and sheep lay dead and mangled in the monastery fields. Even the kitchen garden at the back was buried under a pile of evil-smelling manure, which, unlike normal manure, killed off plants rather than encouraged their growth. Out of this whole disaster, only 2 young monks escaped with their lives. They had been sent off on a 10-mile hike as penance for talking in chapel, which just goes to show it doesn't pay to be good all the time. And the only artifact that was saved was a stained glass window depicting the Holy Grail. Since this should certainly have been broken, its survival was seen as confirmation that the destruction was the devil's work, the devil being unable to harm anything as holy as the Holy Grail. This was a catastrophe of almost unimaginable proportions, and there was no doubt a brass dragon had been involved. Although the 2 young monks saw nothing of it, the creature's rampage had been witnessed, at a safe distance, by no fewer than 80 pilgrims from Londinium, who were travelling to Cernyahabas to view the same relic which had been the death of the abbot. When news reached the archbishop, who was usually the last to be told anything due to his fiery temper, it produced a predictable reaction. His language was so extreme that one church warden was heard to remark he would personally have preferred to face the dragon any day. But sharp tempers are quick to abate, and the archbishop was no fool. He realized that if a brass dragon was on the loose, something had to be done about it, and quickly. Thus, when he had regained control of himself, he dispatched a messenger to Camelot, the same messenger who now related the whole story tale to King Arthur. And the king, who was one of those firmly convinced brass dragons were magical by nature, in turn dispatched a messenger of his own. That messenger was instructed to find the wizard, Merlin. Part 3 of the introductory story, in Merlin's Crystal Cave. You open your eyes groggily. Light flickers and flashes in mad patterns, as if you had fallen into a giant kaleidoscope. Colors shimmer and dance, blending into delicate traceries and patterns. Your right cheek stings, as if someone had been slapping it. Come on, no time to waste. A white-bearded old man is leaning over you, is pointed at askew. Behind him the dancing colors form a rainbow halo. What? You ask stupidly. Come on, Pip, the white-bearded man says crossly. Just pull yourself together. And don't pretend you don't recognize me. You do. Or you will. Merlin. Get that? Merlin. Say, Merlin. Merlin? You echo, frowning. That's it. Merlin. Good. Fine. We're making progress. And you're Pip. He points a bony finger at his chest. Me, Merlin. You, Pip. Me, Pip. You, Merlin. You repeat, feeling a bit of a fool. You sit up. You are in the strangest place you have ever seen. A vast cavern of pure crystal. Crystal stalagmites rise up from the floor. Crystal stalactites hang down from the roof. The walls are rough, unworked outcrops of crystal. The roof is crystal, the floor is crystal. You have been lying on a large rectangular slab. That too is crystal. The cavern is well lit by torches. How many torches you could not begin to guess, for each one reflects and reflects again in the crystal, making it impossible to count. You turn your head slowly. Portions of the natural crystal have been worked and cut into shapes. There are crystal tables, crystal benches, even what looks suspiciously like a crystal throne on a crystal dais. Even the cabinets and chests are crystal, so their contents can be seen easily within them. Merlin, you say again, is it you? Yes, yes, Merlin mutters impatiently. Quite definitely me, and in grave danger of having my pension docked. Dreadful business. Are you properly awake? You nod dumbly, still 3/4 ways entraced by your surroundings. Merlin catches your look. My crystal cave, he explains. Interesting, isn't it? Very few people have even been here, you know, except for me. Very few. I brought Attila the Hun once, but he broke some of the furniture, so I don't do much entertaining here now. It's mainly used for magic. The crystal focuses earth energies, you know, and that makes magic easier. Now, are you properly awake? You nod again, properly awake or not. You're still quite confused. Well, says Merlin, now you're here. I'd better tell you what the trouble is. A brass dragon. That's what the trouble is. Wiped out an entire monastery, monks and all. Probably deserved it, of course. Can't stand monks myself. Always creeping around in cloisters instead of doing anything useful. But the archbishop was annoyed and the king wants to keep on the right side of him. So my pension will be docked unless we do something about it. Unless you do something about it, that is, Pip. Definitely a job for a fighter, this. Somebody who knows about getting rid of brass dragons. You do know about getting rid of them, don't you? You shake your head. No. Never mind, you soon will. The trick with brass dragons is to kill them before they kill you. That's all there is to it, really. Except for closing the gateway, of course. Gateway? That was you again, thoroughly confused. Gateway, Merlin says. You aren't one of these idiots who think brass dragons come from hell, are you? No, you say wearily, although in truth you haven't the faintest idea where brass dragons come from. Good, says Merlin, because they don't. They come from the ghastly kingdom of the dead. Every one of them. Yes, indeed. Without exception. The ghastly kingdom of the dead is what you might call their natural habitat. And a very nasty natural habitat it is, but that's a different story. So, when you find a brass dragon wandering round Avalon, or anywhere else on Earth for that matter, it follows that one of the gateways to the ghastly kingdom must be open. Otherwise the dragon couldn't have got out, could it? So you, that is, must kill the dragon, then close the gateway. Nothing else for it. If you, leave the gateway open, heaven knows what else might get out. Brass dragons aren't the worst you'll find in the ghastly kingdom of the dead. That's why they call it ghastly. So off you go now and get this mess cleared up. I'll trot off to Camelot and tell the king that everything's in hand. Just a minute, you protest. Merlin holds up one skinny hand. You're right, you're right. You need life points. Can't do much in my time without them, can you? No, indeed. Right, now roll your dice. 2 dice once or 1 die twice, doesn't matter which. There we go, let's roll dice. You roll the dice while Merlin watches with a gimlet eye. Now add the scores together, he tells you. You won't get less than 2 and you can get more than 12. That's the way it is with life points. With your life points anyway. Now multiply your answer by 4. That's 28. That's your life points. Write them down. Quickly now. It was better the 36 of last time. But well, anyway, 28. He looks around him furtively as if he might be worried somebody was listening, then leans forward and whispers something in your ear. If you don't think you have enough, do the whole thing again. You can do it 3 times. Aha, there you go. No, 3, no, that sucks. And 7 again, so that's 28. But not more than 3 times. Well, you can do it 3 times if you want and pick the best score, but not more than 3 times. More than that interferes with the spell, and we don't want that, do we? Not when my pension's at stake. Merlin straightens up and goes on much more loudly. Now, fighting. There's going to be a lot of fighting, I'm afraid. But at least it's not as painful as fighting in your own world. You just roll dice for you and your opponent. Quite easy, really. 2 dice each time. Look, I'll make it simple for you. First you roll dice to see who has the first strike. Roll for your opponent and for yourself. Highest score gets first hit. You always do that unless surprise comes into it. And if it does, you'll be told at the time, so that's alright. Next you roll 2 dice each time a strike is made. If you're rolling for your strike, you have to roll 6 or better. Otherwise, you've missed. When you're rolling for your opponent, you'll be told what he, she, or it needs to hit you. If it isn't mentioned, take it that they need a 6 as well. Anything you roll above the strike figure counts as damage. Damage is subtracted from your or your opponent's life points. That's how you fight. At least that's how it goes with a fist fight. If you're using weapons, you do more damage. If you're wearing armor, it cuts down on damage, and since you'll be using this, you'll generally only need a 4 or better to hit somebody. This turns out to be something rather interesting. Merlin takes a wooden case from beneath one of the crystal tables and opens it carefully. Inside is the most beautifully made little sword you have ever seen. If you have read The Castle of Darkness, turn to 1. If not, go to 2. So let's go. Section 1 of the second book of the GrailQuest series. The Den of Dragons. EJ! You gasp. You've kept EJ! Hallo, Pip, says Excalibur Jr., the talking sword which accompanied you on your adventure through the Castle of Darkness, and played such a sterling part in doing down the wicked wizard Ansalam. EJ's reappearance is good news indeed. or it means you will only need to throw 4 on 2 dice to hit an enemy when you're using him. What's more, EJ scores an additional 5 points of damage above what the dice shows each time he strikes successfully. I guess that's the same of last time. Excalibur Junior, 4 to hit plus 5 damage. Yep, but there we go.
The bad news is, of course, that he talks too much. But you're just going to have to put up with that as you did last time.
Well, last time wasn't so bad, actually. While you're reminiscing with EJ, Merlin takes something else out of the box. The neat dragon skin jacket you wore in your last adventure. The one that subtracts 4 points from any damage scored against you. Dragon Eye Jerkin, minus 4 damage. There we go. These are 2 very important items. Pip Tickle mean the difference between life and death on an adventure. If you have previously adventured through the Castle of Darkness, you may have picked up some useful items there. You are allowed to bring these with you now, but only if you actually found them in the castle and only if you still had them when you completed that adventure. What was given by the king? I guess it's good. I didn't eat my lunchbox, so still have that. The following list will remind you about the items which were hidden in the Castle of Darkness, and no cheating, otherwise you'll break the spell. 1. A Lockstone. I had the Lodestone. Nope. No Lockstone. Double-headed Copper Coin. Nope. The Tingler the Zombie War. Nope. The Globule 1 from Anselm's Laboratory. Nope. The Magic Duck given you by the Poetic Fiend. Neither. Scroll of Healing. Nope. Scroll of Teleportation. Nope. Scroll of Death. Nope. Scroll of Hypnotism. Nope. Scroll of Poison Antidote. Nope. The Crystal Ball in Anselm's Laboratory. If you had any Fire Finger Bolts or Fireballs remaining after your last adventure, these may be added to the ones available to you through your spells in this adventure. They work a bit differently this time though, as you'll discover. Oh, so we'll have bonus 9 Fire Finger Lightning Bolts. You may take up to 10 permanent life points earned in the Castle of Darkness and add them to your total in this adventure. Well, I don't see how we can get that much permanent life points. Okay. So I can keep nothing from the last adventure. From what I can see, all the other stuff was given by King Arthur. And 2 things that I found were useless and not listed there. Is that it? You ask, frowning. No, says Merlin. No, indeed. Mustn't be impatient. Sometimes you'll find that a creature isn't as evil as it looks and that it doesn't want to fight you. To find out, roll 1 die once for your opponent and 1 die 3 times for yourself. If you score less than your enemy, he has given you a friendly reaction and you can continue on your way. If it all gets too much for you, you can try getting some life points back by sleeping. You can do this anytime except when actually in battle. It's not quite as simple as it sounds though. Roll 1 die. If you get a 1, 2, 3 or 4, you must turn to Dream Time at the back of the book, where you might lose even more life points. If you get a 5 or 6, you have slept successfully and can get back 2 dice rolls worth of life points. It's a bit of a gamble, really, but generally you'll be far too busy fighting to sleep. So you'll need your equipment and weapons. And magic? You say quickly, wondering what you are getting yourself into. And magic. Won't get far against a brass dragon without magic. Right, take this. And from the depths of his robe,
a powder blue robe, not this usual white one.
He pulls out a scroll, which he hands you. You unroll the scroll, which, like most of Merlin's scrolls, is written on excellent quality parchment, but marred by blots. Although you may have hoped it to be a magical scroll, it is not. However, it does have your name on it. You look up at Merlin, frowning. frowning. What's this? He seems embarrassed and does not meet your eye. Your shopping list, just a few items you might need. But why does it have the cost beside each one? Merlin coughs. I'm afraid you're going to have to buy your gear. Since the king docked my pension, I can't afford to equip you. So you'll have to buy your own. But I don't have any money, you protest. That is quite true, Merlin agrees. And it might be a real problem if I hadn't foreseen it. He opens a small crystal cabinet and takes from it 2 transparent cubes, which on closer inspection, you see to be dice. Magic dice, he explains shortly. They convert enthusiasm into money. Can't use them myself since I haven't much enthusiasm left after the king docked my pension. But a young person like yourself should have lots of enthusiasm. He hands you the dice. Throw them firmly on the ground. There's nothing else for it but to throw the dice, Pip. As you do, so they explode in a silent flash of golden light. But just before the explosion, you could see the score. You roll your own dice to find out what it was. Okay, that must be 2d6 as usual. Every point scored represents a gold piece, and 1 gold piece is equal to 10 silver pieces. Look as though you may be able to afford some equipment after all. Alright. Means 4 gold pieces. Ooh, we're rich. Okay, so... there's weapon too. Merlin coughs again. Weapons to an armor if you want it. He produces a second scroll. Red weapons and armor are quite expensive these days. You look at the 2 parchment list and look at Merlin with a distinctly sinking feeling. This is going to be some costly mission, and what you must now do, Pip, is spend your money wisely to equip yourself for the adventure to follow. Remember, all prices on the list are given in silver pieces. Enter 10 silver pieces to 1 gold pieces. Take a little time to decide what you might need. Obviously, a weapon of some sort is a high priority for those times when EJ is uncooperative, or a different weapon is more suitable than a sword. You can use more than 1 weapon at a time, though. If your life points are low, it might be worthwhile investing in some armor, although it is very costly and buying some means you will have little or nothing left for other necessities. If you have adventure through the Castle of Darkness and have the magical dragon skin jacket, you can put armor on top and have extra protection. Oh, quite nice. Don't forget you may have to travel a long way to find this rampaging brass dragon, so a supply of food might be a good idea unless you plan to live off the land. But it's entirely up to you what you decide to buy, just so long as you have the gold to cover it. Write down the things you're taking on your quest journal and remember that if it isn't on your list during the adventure, then you can't use it. If you have any money left over, write that down too. Money can come in very handy on a long journey. Alright. On the standard item in silver pieces, there's a backpack, carpentry hammer, axe, torches per dozen, a water bag, blanket container foil, fish hooks per dozen, a knife, quill and powdered ink for 1 silver piece. At 2 silver pieces, there's 40-meter coil of rope. You need rope, yep. Very important. That's 2 silver piece, so we're up to 3.8 gold. We had rope before as well. Rope, 15-meter coil. A dozen of torches might be a good idea too. There's a lamp. There's no lantern though. Lamp is 2 silver pieces as well. It'd be cheap and take the torches. 12 torches. Water bag might be a good idea. A backpack to carry all that shit. A tent. 10 silver though, so that's a whole gold. Sacks. 6 sacks. What can we do with sacks? We have a backpack. Not sure. Blanket sounds good. A dozen climbing spikes is half a silver coin. 2 silver lamp. A harp, a lute, horn. Bandages per 15-meter roll. Let's take 2 of these, so 30-meter roll. Knife, tinderbox. Need tinderbox. Ah, well, let's take only a 50 meter since both are half. Yeah, without nothing else. Okay, knife. Not sure. There's a tinderbox here, we bought that. A dozen steaks. If we find vampires, might not be a bad idea. A change of clothes might be a good idea as well. Change of boots. Parchment. Let's take 2 sheets. Quill and powdered ink. 5 days of food pack. Let's take 2 of them. Cooking utensils. That might be good as well. And 1 dozen healing potion. Do they give 6 points as well, like the previous book? And just write down 12. So that's 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 18, 19, 20. Need that 5. 35, that 5. 36, that 5. 37, that 5. And 47, that 5. 57, that 5. That's too much. Okay. 1 less food pack. No utensils to cook, they cost too much. No change of clothes. No change of boots. Let's keep it 10 days. Food pack. That's 10, 11, 12, 12 and a half, 13, 13 and a half, 14, 24, 25, 26, 28, 31, 32. Means that all in all, we have 8 silver pieces left. For weapons and armor, no need for armor, but it will be nice to... Oh, damn. Way too ghosty. We have only 8 silver left, so we can buy a dagger or a flail. Let's go with a dagger. I already have a dagger plus 2 here, so that's fine. It's written down already. Maybe we could just put everything else on the second page here. Will it work? Ah, there's the spell also. Let's put the spells on the first side of things. Ah, yep. There we go there. And we have only 3 silver left. Do we keep silver pieces? What can we buy with 3 that I've cut off? Nothing much. Could buy a knife, a hammer, and an axe. There we go. No more money. Good. Don't forget you may have to travel not where we're down in the text. Good, there we are. Well now, says Merlin, all set, look you, Bach.
I'm singing to his native Welsh in his impatience to get you going so he can reclaim his pension.
I think so, you say uncertainly, except that I don't really know where to go. Don't worry about that, Merlin says. I've been following up that stupid monster on my crystal ball, and I know where it's hiding out. Dragon Cavern, quite obvious really. Most of them hide out in Dragon Cavern between bouts of pillaging and so forth. The place is full of dragons of one sort and another. And maidens, of course, but only one brass dragon, which is the one you want. So don't waste your time hacking at the other dragons, unless they attack you, which they probably will. I don't know how to get to Dragon Cavern, you protest. Not to worry, Merlin says cheerfully. I'll draw you a map. You said you'd teach me magic, you say bluntly. Magic! Merlin cries, striking his forehead a resounding blow. Yes, magic, of course. Good thing for you I remembered. You won't last long in the Dragon Cavern without a bit of magic. Stumbling on the hem of his powder-blue robe, he half-runs, in his impatience, the crystal bookshelf from which he takes down a huge leather-bound tome entitled Magic for Beginners. He begins to thumb through it hurriedly. Sit still, he says. Don't fidget. Got something to write with? Good. Then write this down. Rules of Magic. Oh, new rules for magic spells. Rule 1. Every spell you try to cast will cost you 3 life points, whether it works or not. Okay. Kind of bad. Well, it was quite easy doing the 2 fireballs at the end in Kill and Zalom, so I understand. Rule 1. Every spell costs 3 life points. Rule 2. No spell can be thrown more than 3 times in any adventure. Once thrown, it is used up, whether successful or not. Wonder if it counts for the 9 Firefinger Lightning Bolts. 3 spells of each max. Rule number 3. No spell works at all unless you score 7 or more with a throw of 2 dice. Need roll 7 on dice. You nod, busily writing down the rules of magic. They seem simple enough. Except for one thing. But I don't know any spells, you say. Of course you don't. Wouldn't have to learn them if you did. I'm going to give you a book of spells. Not this one, don't worry, too heavy to carry. A little one that will fit into your backpack. Just a few spells, very few spells, but well chosen. You can have a quick look through it before you start off if you like. Pip's first spell book. I have to write this in my backpack as well. Pip's first spell book. Here we go. So, the new spells that we have for this adventure. Pip's armor of nearly impenetrable coruscation. Panic for short. Alright, so the spell Panic throws a shimmering, spinning wall of light around the user. This light acts exactly like plate armor, subtracting 4 points from any damage scored against the user. Alright, glade. What's more, this affects additional to any deductions made for actual armor, dragon skin, jacket, etc. That's 2 armor. Pip's outlandish wallop. POW for short. That's plus 10 to the damage caused by the next blow delivered by a user. This is additional to damage shown by dice and weapon damage. There's quite a bunch of them. Pip's instant levity and laughter. PIL for short. Oh, it's like hideous laughter. Opponent laughs. So heartily that Ishiat misses 3 consecutive turns. 3 missed turns. Pip's attacking daft. PAD for short. Allows the user to launch a magical dart against an enemy out of combat range. The dart never misses provided the spell is properly cast and causes 10 points of damage. 10 damage range. An enemy so attacked cannot immediately strike back unless he has some long distance weapon such as a bow or spear. Pip's immunity to poison. Pip for short, oddly enough. If cast before poison is taken, the spell renders the user immune to its effect, whatever results are shown by the dice. The spell does not work if cast after the poison is taken. It comes in useful when the user wishes to assemble some unknown substance that might be dangerous. Pip's instant neutralizer, or PIN for short. The use of this spell counteracts the effect of one only spell placed on an object, not a person or living creature. It is useful for opening magically locked chest door, etc. Dispel magic on object. Pip's immense rapid repeater. PR squared for short. During combat, the spell enables the user to move twice as fast as usual, enabling him or her to get in 2,000 succession each time as their turn comes round through given combat. A very special spell, invisibility. Invisibility for short. Alright. This very special spell may only be used once per adventure at the life cost at the cost of 15 life points. And even then, only in certain sections of the adventure, the section where invincibility is possible or labeled as such, must be told. The effect of the spell is to render a user totally invisible. Fire Finger! Lightning Bolts! This causes a bolt of lightning to emerge from your finger and zap 10 life points from an enemy. Which means we have 12 of them. Oh, they gave us 10 Fire Finger Bolts. That means 19. Once cast successfully, the spell may not be used again. But it's not a direct hit now. We need to roll 7 or more. And Fireball creates a giant fireball in the palm of your hand, which you can then hurl at an enemy to cause him 17 points of damage. The spell gives you only 2 fireballs. Once cast successfully, the spell may not be used again, but you can keep any and then use right away and use it later. Yep. Extremely important note, except for invisibility, any spell you have can be used in any section of your adventure. It is up to you to keep a note on your quest journal of what spells you have used up and what spells you still carry. It is also up to you to remember to use them. Yeah, we have 3 out of 3 of each. Except invisibility. Firefinger, lightning bolts, and fireball. That's it, says Merlin. That's your magic. That's your spells. A lot of spells. It doesn't fit anymore. Kind of fitting there. Okay. That's your magic. That's your spells. You can use each one 3 times only, unless you find another copy, of course. That sometimes happens during an adventure, so keep your eyes peeled. Not much to magic, really, so long as you remember the basic rule. Never use a spell when you're nearly dead, otherwise the loss of life points will kill you. Make your roll to find out if the spell worked. If it didn't, it didn't, and there's nothing you can do about it unless you want to try again. But not more than 3 times. A spell thrown is used whether it works or not. Precious things spells. That's why you don't find many wizards about. It's a very frustrating profession, fraught with all sorts of trials, tribulations, and dangers, like getting your pension docked. You're nearly ready to leave now, Pip, but first I must tell you about experience. Every time you fight a battle or solve a puzzle, you will gain 1 experience point. 20 of these make 1 permanent life point, which can be added to your existing life points, even if it brings them higher than they were to start with. You can take up to 10 permanent life points into future adventures and add them to the life points you roll up. And here he withdraws a parchment scroll,
stained with age or possibly tea, and displaying the familiar blots,
from the sleeve of his robe. Finally, he says, your map. This is a copy of a very rare and ancient map which I made myself. The copy that is not the ancient map. Don't lose it. Otherwise you won't know where to go, will you? It shows you how to get to Dragon Cavern. Not many people know how to get there. In fact, I think I may be the only one. But now you'll know the secret too. Prepare for your trick carefully, so far as you can afford to, then follow the map. Once you're in Dragon Cavern, I'm afraid you'll have to fend for yourself. Nobody's ever managed to map it, so you'll have to make your own way once you're in there. But use this map to get you there. Off you go now. And Merlin, who,
For all his bumbling and foolishness.
He's still the greatest wizard in Avalon, and waves his arms in a magical gesture. Slowly, but with an awesome inevitability, both he and the crystal cave begin to fade completely away. Something is nudging you in the back, Pip. You turn and find yourself staring into the soulful brown eyes of Wandering Wanda, your favorite cow, in the small herd now owned by your adopted parents, Freeman, John, and good wife Mary. And if this is the Wandering Wanda, then the pasture in which you are now standing must be the backfield of the farm on which you live. How on earth did you get here? Only Merlin could say. But as you glance down at your feet, you find the various items of equipment you decided to spend your gold on in the crystal cave. More to the point, clasped in your hot little hand is a tea-stained scroll on which has been drawn a map. The route map to Dragon Cavern scroll. There's a bunch of sections there, section 21, 65, 58, and 155, and there's a cow on the map. You are here, Pip, at least to start with. That doesn't really say where is the damn cavern, though. Isn't that the oddest looking map you've ever seen in your life? Not at all like the maps they plaster all over the walls in geography class. Just dotted lines that might be roads, or might not. And section numbers. How did Merlin know where you'd be when you started the map? Not even Merlin. He said it was a copy of an ancient map. How did the ancient map maker know where you'd be? Or that Wandering Wanda will be nudging you in the back? Yet there you are, marked with an X. And there's Wanda, large as life.
Well, a bit smaller than life, actually.
Still, it's all he's given you, and the crystal cave has disappeared, so you'd better use it. Simply pick a route and follow it until you come to a numbered section. Then turn directly to that section and find out where you are and what's happening to you. Don't forget to take your equipment and weapons.
And spells.
You'll notice that the entrance to Dragon Cavern isn't actually marked. Perhaps because it's secret. But it must be there somewhere, maybe in one of those sections. You're just going to have to travel and find out, Pip, because wherever it is, the adventure begins. Yup, we have to take one of the three paths. 4 sections. One is northwest, one is due north, northeast, and straight east. I think I will simply roll a d4. However, we always need to go east, so let's go east. It's a dead end. Will you believe anybody could do a thing like that? Fancy putting a complete dead end on a map. And you've trudged miles to get here. Afraid there's nothing else for it but to trudge miles all the way back again and try another route. Well, we'll try to go northeast. You seem to be approaching a town, Pip. Well, a village, really. The first thing you see is the steeple of the village church, then later, as you continue trudging wearily along, the thatched roofs of the cottages come into sight. The only thing is that however far you walk, you don't seem to be coming any nearer. You walk and walk without avail. The village is still there, but still distant. 'Tis as defiantly the smell of magic, Pip. Better roll your magic dice to find out if there's some way in. Quite strange. 8. If your score is 5 to 8. What's this? It might be a heat haze, except the weather isn't all that hot. And a heat haze doesn't behave like that. It's a shimmer in the air ahead of you, but a shimmer with clear edges, 2 meters high, more than a meter wide. It looks like a doorway. A shimmering doorway. Beyond it stands the village, distant as ever. Will you enter the shimmering doorway, or will you carefully walk round the doorway? It's strange walking around the doorway. Yes, let's go in. A blink, a flicker. You were in the village, Pip. No doubt about that, right there without walking another step. How strange. It's a pretty village. Small but pretty. Thatched cottages, a village green, a picturesque little stone-built church, and not a soul about. Not a living soul. You're standing on a patch of beaten earth, a little rotted and muddy as if it was used fairly often. There is a long building to the northeast of you, and due east the oddest garden you have ever seen. All the plants seem to be made from stone, and there are statues of monsters dotted through it. Beyond the garden are cottages, and beyond the cottages you can see the church spire. The entire village is enclosed by a stout wooden stockade, very sturdily built, and by the looks of it extremely difficult to climb. To the southeast there are more cottages and a high stone wall. Turn to the map of the village at the front of the book, Pip. You are free to explore as you wish. Go anywhere, see anything. The buildings and a few other places are all numbered, so you'll know which sections to turn to as you explore each one. Oh, one more thing, Pip. If you notice, there isn't a way out. Alright, the Stone Martin Village. There's a church without any number. A lot of cottages with a bunch of numbers. A larger place. It's like kind of a town hall. There's a well. There's a you enter the village here. There's a gate. Go out. Another gate on the east. A huge building. Well, we're just right around the exit, so I think we should simply take a look at the western exit. Go direct to 41. Okay. It's quite a short paragraph. I say, Pip, what's bright green with purple teeth, stands upright on 2 legs, and carries a dagger in each hand? No, I don't know either, but there's one of them in this cottage. It's got 15 light points as well, and it's looking at you hungrily. What's 41 on the map then? There's no 41 on the map. So that we're not lost. I don't suppose you brought any spare rations, did you? If you've only got 1 food pack, it's no good offering that since you'll only starve later. But if you have a spare pack, the thing will have such indigestion by the time it's finished that it won't trouble you again. If you don't have any spare rations, you're in for another fight, I'm afraid. Well, we have an extra food pack, actually. Do we give it, though? Ah, sure, why not? Will be an easy fight, easy experience point. If you win, you can keep the daggers and the 10 silver pieces. Whoa. So now we have 3 daggers. And the 10 silver pieces you'll find in the thing's pouch.
Could it be a sort of green and purple dagger-carrying kangaroo, do you think? Or a magic platypus? Or a very old wallaby? Or an Australian cricketer in fancy dress. We'll never know.
You can also return to your map of the village and explore somewhere else. Alright, let's forget 79 then. Can go to the well. The well seems like a plausible exit. Haven't you anything better to do with yourself than waste time staring down a well, Pip? Especially a well with a water weird in it. That's right, a water weird! This creature has only 10 life points, but if you think that's good news, think again. It can only be armed by magic. You're going to have to use a pad or pow spell if you have any left. Damn. Pad. It's 10 damage. Boom and pow. Yeah, we need the pow to add to attack. It's better a pad. The same thing with the Firefinger lightning bolts though. There's not a cheaper spell in terms of damage. If either spell is successful, the creature dies and you can return to your map and continue exploring the village. If the spell fails or you don't have any spell left, the creature will soak up your life points like a sponge. Okay. Let's go with the pad. And we need to roll 7, right? Ah. That's a miss. Do we die instantly? Seems like it. Well, we're dead. Okay. You open your eyes slowly. Somewhere in the background, a hidden orchestra is playing the funeral march from Saul. Around you is the crystal cave. Standing over you, looking extremely cross, is Merlin. Gone and gotten yourself killed, haven't you? He snaps. Very careless. Well, you'll just have to start again, won't you? And do a bit better this time, otherwise I'll never get my pension back. Just you roll dice the way I showed you to get yourself some money, then use it to buy more equipment and so on from the list. Then turn back to your map and start again from the spot marked X. With which he wanders off into the depths of the cave, mumbling something into his bird about young people these days. Okay, so... Don't get different HP though. Usually, we're able to roll 3 dice and take the better one. That's 7 again anyway, so we're at 28. For the money. Oh, 12 gold pieces. We're so rich. Which means that we have 80 silver pieces more. Oh, we can buy so crazy stuff like a change of clothes and a change of boots and cooking utensils. It's 25 right there. And we can buy a loot. So 30. And climbing spikes, actually. $30.5. So we have 30.5, 70.5. So we have 9.5 gold pieces left. With 95 silver, we can buy a leather armor. Did I? 30.5 on the extra 80. So we have, yeah, right. 49.5 silver pieces. Right, so we're short a half. So let's not take the climbing spikes. Yep, there we go. And we lost our 2 extra daggers. We don't regain any spells, so the bad spell is lost. But now we have a leather armor for -2 damage on top. And let's go back to the water weird, kill that damn creature, and die again. Ah! $28. For the money, we won't have that much. Yeah, oh, that's bullshit. We don't have the leather armor again. We lost 1 bad spell. And we don't have lots of those things there. Later down the road. Actually, we're losing all the new stuff at the bottom. And for 20 silver pieces of stuff. $12. No more tent. More parchment and quill. Ugh, that kind of sucks. And we get to the water weird again. And die again. Seriously. I should just stop attacking that water weird. There's something at the end of that well. Oh, there's nothing actually. Let's forget all that shit. Yeah, we'll cheat here and simply go back. There's nothing to gain from the water weird. Okay, rewind. We died once. Let's try again and then go to the well. Alright. Where to go next then? There's another exit on the east. It's the section there. Let's see what's up there. It looks like a cottage, much like every other cottage. Whitewashed walls, thatched roof, It's set against the stockade, of course, but so are several other cottages, as doubtless you've noticed. So it's a cottage against the stockade and not a gate through the stockade. Nonetheless, you go in, since you've come this far, and since the door is ajar, going in presents no problem. The cottage is deserted. Clean and tidy enough inside, but with that funny musty smell that lets you know nobody has lived here for years. But somebody did live here once. There are a few pieces of furniture around the place, ornaments on the mantel and pictures, scenic views, on the walls. And there's a back door. If there's a back door, it must mean there's a way through the stockade. If you want to go through the back door, or rather pick another way, another place in the village. Let's try the back door. You strut through the doorway into fog. At once you turn, but even your lightning reflexes are not fast enough. There's no sign of the door. You fumble in the fog without avail. You fumble for a very, very long time. Still lost in the fog, Pip. Wander about until you reach 42. You're never going to believe this, Pip. There's bright sunshine everywhere, and Wandering Wanda is nudging you in the back, looking stupid. You've somehow come full circle and reached the place you started out from. Better check the map Merlin gave you and try again. You can pick any of the sections shown to start out again. Well, let's not go back to that damn village. It sucks. The other options that we have. Due north and northwest. That's right, northwest. The forest flanks you on each side as you follow your route northeast. Why east? Yeah, the route go northeast and west. Kind of. The trees are as densely packed and gloomily threatening as ever, but at least the path ahead seems clear and free of obstacles. Until that is, you reach a chasm that cuts directly across it. You walk to the edge. The chasm drops down in a sheer cliff face for almost 60 meters. At the bottom is a turbulent, fast-flowing river. You look across and note your path continues on the other side. The distance across you will estimate at no more than 5 or 6 meters. You just might be able to jump across if you took a long enough run. As against that, you're tired and carrying a heavy load of equipment. Let's check what you've got with you. If you're carrying a rope, climbing spikes, or axe or a battle axe among your armaments. Yeah, we have an axe. We have the rope, but no climbing spikes. So, it's a ore. We have at least one of them. Alright. If you decide to use your axe to cut down a tree, which might form a bridge across the chasm, if you decide to use rope or spikes to help you climb down that sheer cliff face... Ooh. If we look at the shady map... Well, we need to cross the river. All the places. Okay. Let's try crossing over to reach the end of that road. Roll 2 dice. 7. Score 7 to 12. You made it. After all that, you made it. You are safely across the chasm. Good. You trudge onwards, soon leaving the dark forest far behind. The scenery is more cheerful now, but after a time, the route dips and enters a valley. As you continue, you find yourself entering an ever-thickening mist. Soon the mist becomes a fog, and soon you can hardly see your nose in front of your face. Your sense of direction, normally so keen, is weakening, fading, disappearing altogether. Oh blast. Pip, you're lost. Nothing else for it but to roll 2 dice to decide which way to go. Score 8 to 12. It's lifted. The fog has lifted. How about that? Your famous sense of direction wasn't too bad after all. You seem to be approaching a town, Pip. Well, a village, really. The first thing you see is the steeple of the village church. Then later, that's the same thing that we ended up in the village again. Right? Yeah, that's the village again. Roll 2 dice. 11, score 9 to 12. It's a different outcome than last time though. Someone is walking towards you on the roadway. Someone big. He walks funny too, rolling a bit from side to side as if he was having just a little difficulty keeping his balance. He must weigh a ton. The ground is shaking as he approaches, and he's weird color, all sort of slate gray. Don't like the look of this, Pip, not one bit. He's walking straight at you. Good grief. It isn't a man at all. It's a statue. A walking statue, a stone man, and he's carrying a stone sword. Now, just a minute, you call as the stone man continues to climb down on you, but it's no good. He begins to swing his sword. This is a fight, Pip, and no mistake, no avoiding it either. However peace-loving you might be, it's kill or be killed here, but will your weapons be effective against a stone man? Only one way to find out. Do you try to fight him with weapons or magic? Or magical weapon like EJ? Yeah, magical weapon, all in. Let's broke EJ. Not a bad choice, Pip. Magical weapons are effective here, although you will have to subtract 4 from any damage they cause. Okay. The stone man has 28 life points. He's a bit slow on his feet, and so needs to roll an 8 or better. To hit you with his stone sword. As against that, the sword will cause +4 damage if it gets you. Good luck. The first really proper fight tonight, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's go for initiative. That's 6, and he goes first. That's a miss. That's a hit. So that's +7 -4, 3 +5 for Excalibur 8. Down to win. Stoneman turns. Oh, that's a hit. 2 + 4, 6 -6 is 0. Ha! Our turn 6, that's a hit. +2 +5, that's 7 minus. Or the minus. Ah, yeah, the -4 previously. Yep. So that's 3 damage. Omen turns, miss. EJ, hit. That's 2, 7 -4, 3 damage. Stone Man. Miss. 5, that's a hit, so it's only 2 damage this time. Stoneman miss. And 8 again. 3 plus 5, 8 minus 4, 4. Oh, Stoneman hits. That's 8 damage. Minus 6 for the armor. We lost 2 HP or life points. It hits for another 3 damage. Yep. Stoneman hits, but the armor is enough to pad everything. And it's a hit for Pip. Plus 6, plus 5, 11 minus 4, it's dead. Wasn't too hard. If you kill the stone man... Wow, was that some fight? For a while there, it didn't look as though you were going to come through. Nope, it was actually quite easy. This shows that skill, courage, and determination can do. You take a little time to recover, then walk further along your chosen route until you reach 13. What's this? It might be a eat A's except the weather. That's the shimmer with the town. Let's try to go round just to see what it does. The village vanishes and the road stretches endlessly before you. You turn, but the shimmering doorway is no longer there. There can be no question of turning back now. Nothing else for it but to press on. Walk until your legs ache and the sun sets. Camp for the night where you can, then wake up to a fresh new day.
It's raining, wouldn't you know?
The section just says go to 10. A blink, a flicker, you're in the village, Pip. Yay, the village again. Ah, good thing. Alright, where do we go? There's a kind of mausoleum with a garden there. We can look at the garden first. Or it's a manor with a garden. Why would anybody in their right mind want to explore this place? It's a graveyard. That was a garden. You knew it was a graveyard. You could see that quite plainly before you... No, I didn't see that quite plainly. What on earth do you expect to find in a graveyard? Well, what you have found is graves and tombstones, and oh dear, it looks as if you've done it again, Pip. That grave over there is open. As you watch, a hand reaches up out of it and scrabbles at loose earth by the graveside. You rush before the things get you. It was a mausoleum, but not with a garden, but with a cemetery. What ghastly corpse will emerge from the open grave? What mouldering monster? What vicious vampire? What ghostly ghoul? Avast there! Maid, give us a hand then! It's either a very fresh corpse or the gravedigger. You decide it must be the gravedigger. And since he's the only relatively normal soul you've seen in Stone Martin Village,
Apart from the fact he's crawling out of a grave, that is.
You decide to give him a hand. And up he comes, a portly, bearded man with a distinctly florid face and nautical air about him. Not to mention the scent of rum on his breath, which might explain how he came to fall into the open grave. Think you can leave me, brave young gallant? Man in my condition doesn't find it all that easy to climb out of grave. Cedric's the name. Long John Cedric, they call me, on account of my seafaring background, at your service, former captain, former pirate, presently in retirement as grave digger. I'm Pip, you say, wondering if he's mad. You'd tell once of a Pip that put paid to the wizard and Salem. Hardly likely to be you, would it? And before you have a chance to answer, he goes on. No, I doubt not. Never mind, if you stumble into Stone Mountain Village, you'll be wondering what is the matter with the place. I'll tell you, since you were decent enough to help me out of the grave. It's cursed. That's what? The whole place except for me. Couple of cottages turned to solid stone. The local banker was turned into a gnome. The vicar is a phantom now. All the horses ran away. Most of the ordinary folks got turned into stone monsters. Petrified, you might say. And a very strange class of persons started to move in. I'd have been in trouble myself if the rum hadn't protected me. Very hard to curse a man with rum in him. At least that's my theory. His eyes are glazed, as if the mention of rum had sent the liquor recirculating through his system. Who cursed the village? You ask excitedly. But he is already collapsing with the drink, as he sinks to the ground and slowly rolls back into the open grave. Catch one muttered words. Dragons. Dragons? You shout. What about dragons? But your only reply is a snore from the open grave. Better return to your map and explore some more of the village. You won't get anything else here. Well, well. A dragon curse. Let's try the kind of mausoleum at the end. Count Dracula used to say that when you'd seen one crypt, you'd seen them all. But whatever about that, this really does seem to be a rather special sort of crypt. For a start, it's all done up in pink marble, and then again there's a brass plate on the heavy wooden doorway which bears the words, "O footsore and weary traveler, with dust on your feet and quite possibly nits in your hair, enter here and rest a while, and with fine poetry you I will beguile. So push the door, my traveler fair, and partake of my hospitality." Hospitably. Yeah, it's written, "and partake of my hospitably." Hospitably maybe meant hospitality, but couldn't get that to rhyme with possibly. Not that hospitably rhymes very well with possibly either. Only one creature in the universe could write rhymes as badly as that. His fame is so widespread, almost everybody in Avalon has heard of him at some time or another. Could it be? Yes, it is. Below the plaque is an iron plate bearing the words, "The Crypt of the Fiend." Please, knock. Don't waste another moment, Pip. This will certainly be dangerous, but it should be well worthwhile. Go in, go in. So we can enter the crypt or go somewhere else in the village. Let's go the Crypt of the Fiend with bad rhymes. The interior of the crypt is hung with black velvet drapes in remarkably good condition, while the floor, walls and ceiling are all in the very finest white marble. In the center of the floor is a small dais, and on it an ebony coffin with gleaming brass inlay. There is an inscription on the dais which reads, "Wearily you journeyed on, all hope near gone, but now you're here, on your last breath, in the hope of finding someone dear, or death." You groan inwardly at the standard of the verse.
Although all the while recalling that if this really is the poetic fiend, then you must be very careful to praise his poetry when he awakes.
And climb up on the dais. Sure enough, there is a brass plate set into the lid of the coffin, bearing the following inscription: "To awaken the fiend, speak aloud the answer to this riddle." What's the difference between a duck? Speak your answer aloud now. If you answered that's a stupid riddle, or answered I don't know, or answered one of its legs are both the same. I'm not sure between don't know or the other one. But I guess the answer is the second one. Actually, so. At once the coffin lid slams back, and a slim, deathly pale figure dressed in an evening suit and opera cloak leaps out with alarming speed. His eyes are pink, and his top teeth jut out over his lower lip, even when he is smiling, which he is now. Well done, my dear brave visitor, well done! I could not have answered the riddle better myself, except in rhyme, of course. Something along the following lines. It was the riddle of the Sphinx. What is the difference between a duck? That one is easy, I thinks, and so I am in luck. And ever game, I look the Sphinx right in the eye, and answer, one of its legs are both the same. There, says the fiend, eyes gleaming. What do you think of that as a poetic answer? Magnificent, you breathe, remembering the fiend likes to be flattered about his poetry. I felt the mythological allusions were particularly apposite. Yes, says the fiend, obviously pleased. So did I. Now, as you are clearly a young person of taste and discernment, let me give you an award for your intelligence. With which he takes from the pocket of his opera suit a small silver snuff box. Do you take snuff? He asks. You shake your head. Good, nods the fiend. A filthy habit and most unhealthy. However, you may make an exception of this snuff. It's not made of tobacco, but rather of ground mugwort blessed by a vicar of the Anglican Communion. This gives it amazing healing properties. Take a pinch when you are feeling low and roll 2 dice twice. The total is the number of life points restored to you up to your natural maximum. But you may only use the snuff once in any section. Otherwise, it will send you directly to 14. Got that? Good. Now on your way, adventurer bold, for it is cold, and I must get back into my coffin before I catch a chill and start coughing. And he slams down the lid, leaving you with the snuff box of feeling stuff. Quite a nice fellow. Snuff box of healing. That's quite a good healing thing. Plus 2 dice per section. Let's take a little snuff right away. Yeah, we got back all our life points. Yeah, Pip is now a drug addict. Alright, there are ruins at 30, another shit cottage at 66. Lots of numbers crossed. Damn village. There's 40 claws around. Go all the places then. Someone must know where's the damn cavern. Now that's better. A table laden with jam tarts, trifle, apple pies, cakes, buns, bombas, tortas, and goodies of every description. There's even a pitcher of homemade lemonade. And not a soul in sight. Duck in, Pip. You need to fortify yourself when you can in a place like this. You've got a bit of a tummy ache, Pip, and it's getting worse. Maybe you shouldn't have scoffed so many of those jam tarts, or those cakes, or maybe the food is poisoned. Yuck, it is poison. You can feel the poison creeping through you, invading every cell and fiber of your body. It is no fun. Grab your dice and find out if it is going to send you back to the dreaded 14. Well, I think we go to the dreaded 14. Feeling better now, Pip? You certainly should be. It seems your sturdy young body is not only handsome, well-proportioned, fine-muscled, and good to look upon, but also immune to this particular type of poison. Yay! All the same, you should be careful about tucking away so many jam tarts. Otherwise, you'll get fat. Okay. And the other house around is 66 there. Go direct to 41. Okay. That thing is dead. It's the thing with the daggers. Okay. What else? What else? What else? 30. There's some kind of a rune tower. Looks like the remains of a stone watchtower, Pip, and very, very old. In ruins now, of course. Most of the tower itself has fallen in, and the whole area is covered with fallen stones and rubble. You could mess about here forever, spraining your ankle and loose stones. Why not just roll a couple of dice to see what, if anything, might happen to a worthy adventurer in this place? Ten score 7 to 12. You've spotted a doorway, by Jove! You've entered the doorway, by Jove! You've just been buried by a cave-in, by Jove! Oh, damn. We're dead. Oh, that's stupid. Stupid village. Oh, 32 HP. Yep, 32 HP. And because of that, we lost the snuff box. Ah! That's hurting so much. The snuff box. However, it wasn't a fight, so we can go to the same place and get it back. I'm not sure, actually. Kind of like a fight. Well, let's check for the gold pieces first. 9. Okay, so we're short 30 from the last roll. No leather armor. We have 20 gold pieces on top. No armor. I don't know what we can take with 20 more gold pieces, so 20 silver pieces actually. So let's go with that. Okay, let's not go back to that damn village. We have a different path that we didn't explore. The straight north. You've trudged many miles northeast to get to this place, Pip, and now you've got here. You may be wondering why you bothered. Avalon's green meadows and fertile fields gradually gave way to wider, rougher land, until now you have reached the edge of a dark, rather treading wood. What you notice most about it is the brooding stillness. Birds usually twitter non-stop in woods. Small animals usually rustle through the undergrowth, but nothing rustles here. And the only twittering is the nervous beating of your heart. Are you going to enter the wood, Pip? Will there be a cave in the wood? If you decide not to enter the wood and trudge back the way you came, turn to the route map to the Dragon Cavern and select a new direction beginning from the start mark X. Yeah, sure, let's risk our neck in the woods. We lost the snuff box anyway. The wood seems to close around you as you enter, and after only moments, the path petters out, leaving you to act your way through scrub, and undergrowth as best you can. The going gets more and more difficult, more and more confusing, until you realize you are thoroughly lost. You stand for a moment scratching your head. When this does nothing to help your situation, you make the only decision possible. Roll 2 dice to find out if there's any way any way out. I think there's a typo here. Score 2 to 6. Sounds bad. Nope, still lost. Throw your dice again. And another one. That's 8. Score 7 to 12. Okay. Now that's a bit better, Pip. Not much, but a bit. The trees seem to be thinning out a little, and oh dear, you've met a troll. Ugly little devil he is too. The woods are full of them at this time of year, so it really isn't too surprising. Just unfortunate. Trolls being what they are. Wood trolls, anyway. They're quite immune to metal, so it's no good trying to attack him with your sword or other weapons.
No good at all,
mumbles EJ. But if you don't attack him, he'll steal you blind. He'll have everything you carry, bearing armor and weapons, if you don't do something quickly. You've really only got 3 options. You can drown him in your water bag.
You did bring a water bag, didn't you?
Yes, we did. The water will taste funny afterwards, but that's only to be expected. Or if you didn't bring a water bag, you can hit him on the head with your spare boots.
You did bring spare boots,
didn't you? Yes, we did. Or if you didn't bring a water bag and spare boots, you can charm him by playing on your lute or harp.
You did bring a lute or harp,
didn't you? Yes, we did. So all 3 options are good. If you haven't the equipment to deal with the wood troll, you will lose everything you brought except for weapons and armor. Either way, go to 11. Yes, well, we kept our stuff. We're fine. And I guess that we have smelly water. You've reached a clearing. Well, it's better than hacking your way through the undergrowth, even though there isn't much to see here. The clearing itself is roughly circular and about 5, maybe 6 meters in radius, with a large oak tree growing in the middle and a rabbit sitting on a little hillock, eyeing you suspiciously from near its rabbit hole. And that's about it, apart from a few bluebells. So what do you do now, Pip? sit under the tree and have a little think. Wait a minute. That's a white rabbit? A white rabbit. You know, a white rabbit, same as in Alice in Wonderland. It couldn't be that sort of white rabbit, could it? Yes, it could, you know. It's really cold. This is a magical adventure, and you can't get more magical than a white rabbit, can you? Maybe that rabbit hole is the entrance to Wonderland. Maybe the ghastly kingdom of the dead is just another name for Wonderland. Well, it could be. So what are you going to do, Pip? You want to try chatting up the rabbit, or sit under the tree for a little think? I don't think we're going to Wonderland, but it always pays to go crazy in GrailQuest. So. It's fanged you in the kneecap! Savage little beast leaped up and sank its filthy chompers right into the bone. The pain is only cruel. If you plan to fight this thing, deduct 2 from every dice roll. That's ridiculous. You make an account of your gammy leg. The white rabbit has 25 life points. Shit. And fangs with +3 damage. It requires only a 5 or better to strike, so long as it attacks below a meter in 8, which it will. It's not stupid. Oh man. Nasty little critter. If we can run though, there's an option to run. If you fight and kill the white rabbit, you have the option of returning to reconsider options. Or go back to where you were and find a second white rabbit. Damn. Note, if at any stage in the fight the white rabbit gets 3 successful strikes against you in a row, so that's not useful. Doesn't give any kind of loot. Should just run away. Anyway, running away goes back to the beginning of the woods. And we need to enter back the woods. Roll dice again. 4, 2, 6. I think that's the same road as before. Yeah, same thing. It will ask for a second roll. 8. I think 8 is the second section. Again, we're taking just the same road as before. There. Yeah, the wood troll, but the wood troll is dead. We have smithy water. And not chatting with the rabbit. Sit under the tree. Think a little bit. I missed the snuff box. Hello, little person. A deep but curiously rustling voice says from somewhere up above you. You look up into the branches of the tree, but there is no one to be seen. Of course there isn't, the voice says clearly. Or rather there is. You're looking at me. But I don't see you, you protest. Yes, you do. You mean, you're the tree? A talking tree? Not just any old ordinary tree, the voice says. I'm a dreadhawk. Very special sort of tree that. Keep clear of the rabbit. Oh, that's nice to know. Incidentally, it's got poisonous teeth. Thank you for the warning, you say politely, even though you're completely bemused from talking to a tree.
Or at least from talking to a tree that answers back.
I don't suppose you'd happen to know the way out of this wood by any chance. Of course, I've lived here 100 years, haven't I? And one thick branch moves, as if blown by a high wind, and points northeast. If you decide to trust the tree, or go back and reconsider your options, well, not many kind of other options there. We already killed the troll, and there's the rabbit, so let's trust the tree. and get out of this loop. Good judgment, Pip. Alright, go to the other paragraph. We're back on the road. Oh no, that's the other road with the chasm. So we tried going over, but we didn't try to go in the chasm. Something I wanted to do if we had no other options. So we can use the rope, climb down the cliff face, and try to reach the river inside the chasm. Okay, there we go. Right then, Pip, let's find out if you made that difficult climb. It's a very sheer face, and even with ropes or spikes, it's tricky. In fact, it's so tricky you might have second thoughts. If so, you can go back and reconsider your options. No, we won't be going back. I don't want to go back to the village. We need to roll 9 or more, I guess. And sounds like a fail. I guess we were dying there. You cling precariously to the cliff face and edge your way downwards. Didn't we have a spell for those things? Nope. Searching for almost non-existent two-holes. In the chasm there is a strong crosswind which increases alarmingly as you descend. Now you've actually started. The old chasm looks far deeper than you previously imagined. Far deeper. Don't look down. It goes down for miles and miles and miles and miles and don't look down! And miles and miles and dizzy you fall. Yep, there we go, dead. Okay. Roll HP again. Oh, 11, that's good. Yeah, 11, so that's 44. Let's roll for money. 5, 50. Last time we rolled 90. So we have for the 2 gold pieces of stuff that we need to throw out. That means change of boots, cooking utensils, and loot. That's 20 gold pieces, 2 gold pieces there. And we're back to 0. And can go forth on our merry way. Where to go then? Alright, so we tried there. There's the chasm. We can go down and maybe die. Going north is the wood. It sucks. There's nothing there. East is a dead end with nothing there. And if we go northeast, there's the village. I'll go look just to be sure. Yeah, that's the village. Well, we could just try to go down. Anyway, we lost all our items. So. And just try to go down the damn chasm and die. Till we don't die anymore. Right, the chasm was 27. Let's roll again. See how much roll we need before not dying. 7, that's dead. Okay, let's roll HP again. Ugh. 24. Sucks. Let's roll money. Oh, we're rich again. Let's add the leather armor. Even. We get back all our things at the bottom. I think we were just fine. Yep, just fine with all that, with 0 gold with the armor. Go back to the chasm. Time down, 7 dead, bam. New HP. Oh, damn. Okay, that's 32. Roll for money. 7, so no more armor. Merlin will have a field day finding all the dead pips at the bottom of the chasm. With 7, we lose only our leather armor. Yeah, everything's fine. Anything else? Chasm try. Dead. New roll of HP. $36. New roll of money. 8. So we have 1 extra gold piece. And we go back to the river, down the chasm, and bam, dead. Alright. New HP. That's 32. I hope there's something at the end of the chasm. New money. 11. Oh, that's quite nice. Not a leather armor, though. Unless we drop the cooking utensils or the loot and the change of boots, then we can get the leather armor. And we go back to the river, down the chasm. Bam, dead again. HP. Kind of stupid right now. 32. Money. 4. Ugh. What to cut? That's the 70 to cut off. We have 20 cut off here. That's utensils and change of clothes there. Go back to the river, down the chasm, bam, dead again. $48. Let's see if we live. Money 4, that's the same as before. Chasm throw. We're dead, so we're back with HP. $36. Money. 4 again. Chasm. Dead. Okay, let's try again. HP 44. Money 7. Chasm. Dead. HP 32. Money 3. Oh, that sucks. Chasm dead. HP 40. Money 12. Chasm dead again. And we need to roll 9. That sucks so much. $32 HP. 4 money. Chasm dead. $28 HP. 9 money. Chasm dead. Illustro missing there. 32 HP. 6 for money. Chasm dead again. I think I just roll a bunch of Chasm there. Ah, yeah, well, 11, that's good. So, let's drop all this shit and just take everything because it starts to suck now. With all that running around. Alright, let's go down that chasm and see if we lost our time or not. It was a waste or not. The chasm was up there. Go down. I hope there's a dragon cave there. Alright. The strong crosswind rises, making it exceptionally difficult for you to cling to the cliff face. Even using your equipment is a climb worthy of an expert mountaineer. Gusts pluck at your clothing, setting you swaying, threatening to send you crashing to your death. But you call up every ounce of strength and willpower you possess, and hang on grimly, your muscles knot with the effort, and you hurt in every limb, but your steel determination and steady fingers win the day eventually. Very well done indeed, Pip. You find yourself at the bottom of the chasm. Now there's only that little problem of the raging torrent at the bottom. You stare across the river, perhaps remembering for the first time that you don't know whether or not the body of Pip you occupy has ever learned to swim. And swimming is your only option here. Plunge bravely into the icy waters, Pip, then roll dice to find out what happens. Not hurt. Oh. Yeah, I guess we die again. Glug 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 glug. That's the sound of you drowning, Pip. This stupid body couldn't swim. Okay. Let's just skip all that shit and go straight to the successful roll. You're in luck, Pip. This body can swim like a fish like an otter. The icy torrent buffets you, sucks you under, throws you against hidden rocks, and still you swim on. The current hurls you back, pulls you forward, and still you swim on. Your skill and grim determination, not to mention your adventure-hardened muscles, win the day. You cross safely. Now there's only that little problem of the sheer cliff face on the other side. Out with your climbing gear and roll. Oh, that's not serious. We're going to cross the chasm by going at the bottom. Oh, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. So there's nothing at the bottom. Yeah, let's just go for the win and see where it goes. You're a third of the way there, and falling, and you're dead. The fuck. And the other. You made it. After all that, you made it. You are safely across the chasm. Yeah. And it goes to the same place as before. Yeah. The dark forest. Okay. We just need to go back to the village, I guess. Okay, let's try all the damn cottages. That one, the big one. Big building. When you enter, you find it's a grain store. But like almost everything else in this crummy village, the grain smells pretty musty. If you think there's nothing of interest here, let's explore. We need to find the damn Dragon Cavern. There is a rustling in the grain, a loud rustling. Yuck, it's rats. There must be hundreds of them, to judge by the noise. No, there aren't. There's one, and it's the size of an Irish wolfhound. It stares at you momentarily with pink glittering eyes and gnashes teeth like daggers. Look out, Pip, it's launching itself upon you. Roll dice quickly to find out if you can get in a quick sword thrust. The Irish wolf rat has a full 25 life points again. We're so far from the dragon, fighting that damn villages and the cottages. Couldn't they burn all the cottages with breast dragons? The rat's almost as powerful as the damn rabbit. If you kill the rat, go back to your map, and another rat. Doesn't give anything else, so fuck it. Let's go back to the village, try something else. Different cottage. It sucks so much now. It's made of stone, solid stone. This cottage isn't a cottage at all. It's a vast block of solid stone cut to look like a cottage and thatched. Freaky. Go back to the map. Alright, next cottage. How strange, it looks like a cottage. It's the shape of a cottage and the size of a cottage, but now you're close up, you can see it isn't a cottage. It's a huge... again? What the fuck? And this one. Now we're getting somewhere. This cottage has a back door. Alright. Is it the same kind of back door as last time? That's the... again. And this one. There's the vanishing village. That other cottage there. Okay, this one is different. As you approach this cottage, you know at once it must be inhabited, since there is a plume of smoke emerging from the chimney. Your suspicion. Was there one on the map? Nope. How could I know that? Your suspicion is confirmed after you knock politely and a voice calls in. Come in! There is something vaguely familiar about that voice. Not so much that you've heard it before, but rather that you've heard something like it before. You step inside and see, seated in a rocking chair, beside a fire, clay pipe clamped firmly in his teeth, none other than an old residenter. Doubt you'd turn up here soon, he remarks, eyeing you with a mixture of welcome, suspicion, and resentment. Come looking for the brass dragon, have you? Well, yes, you begin to say, but like most old residenters, he talks more than he listens, and already is shaking his head. Well, you won't find it here. Mark my words, young un, all the omens are wrong. No, you begin to say, I didn't actually expect to find... You want to have a look in Dragon Cavern, he interrupts you. That's where it'll most be likely be, if it isn't all ravaging and pillaging and eating Presbyterian bishops and the like. Well, you say, actually I was looking for Dragon Cavern. I don't suppose you happen to know where... And don't ask me where Dragon Cavern might be, interrupts the old residenter. I don't hold with places like that. They're immortal, so I avoid them. He stands up, clay pipe, still clamped firmly in his teeth. You'll be wanting some stew, I'll be bound. Young uns your age are always hungry. No, really, you begin politely, although the truth is you are a bit peckish. Doubt so, says the old residenter. I'll give you a bowl now, and a bowl to take away. If you have anything to carry it in, if you do have bay leaf and mugwort in it, so that it will cure anything that ails you. Eating stew? You ask, eyeing the black pot on the fire. Aye, and don't sound so surprised. Don't you know the old saying? When illness gnaws or wounds and sores, the thing for you is residenter stew. Well, no, to admit. I hadn't in fact heard that one. Well, you have now, he tells you bluntly. A bowl of this will cure any illness or any wound. You'll feel the life points rising like trees sap in spring. And using a ladle, which was hanging on a nail beside the fire, he fills you a bowl. Which bowl will naturally restore you to full life points. Oh, damn. If they happen to be depleted, and heal you of any illness you may have contracted in your adventure. What's more, if you had sense enough to bring cooking utensils. Well, I had sense when I had money, so yeah. You can take a bowl of stew with you to eat later if you lose any. Yay, the bowl of eating stew. If we won't lose the next 5 minutes.
But you must have cooking utensils, since old residenter stew only works if eaten hot.
For now, return to the village map and continue your exploration. And maybe lose your eating stew like you lost the snuff box. Damn, next cottage. Did we try this one? Yeah, we did. Okay. If you were in such a thorough sort of adventure, Pip, you would have thought this was just a deserted old cottage. Nobody here, nothing of value, a few sticks of broken down furniture. Just the sort of place where you'd turn right round and walk out again. Except you didn't, did you? You felt along the walls, and over by the fireplace you found a funny little knob. When you twisted the funny little knob, a funny little secret door opened up in the wall, leading into a funny little secret passage. Of course, you don't have to explore the secret passage. You can simply return to your map. Now, let's explore the secret passage. Thought you would. The passage twists and turns quite a bit. It's very narrow and low ceilinged. So you spend most of your time bent nearly double with your elbows scraping the walls before you finally come to a dead stop against a blank wall. Surely it can't just end here. No, of course it can't. You feel around until you find another funny little knob, and when you turn that, the whole wall slides back with the grinding of stone on stone.
Isn't this exciting?
You're just about to step through when EJ whispers,
Don't go in there!
You hesitate. Why not? Whisper back.
I've been on more adventures than you,
EJ says pompously.
There's always something nasty when you come out from secret passages, always. It's a sort of law of nature, like gravity or the way you always have bits over if you take a clock to pieces and put it back together again. Don't go in there, it's section 14 for sure.
But what am I supposed to do then? You ask.
Go back to your map and explore some other part of the village, some safer part,
EJ urges. So what are you going to do? Should we ignore EJ? I think EJ is always stupid, so let's not trust the sword. I don't know where to go anyway.
No, no!
EJ shrieks in panic as you step forward.
I have this dreadful premonition. I have a fearsome intuition. I have...
But his voice strays away in astonishment. The secret passage has led you into a vast natural underground cavern, large as a cathedral and cut, to judge from the walls, by human hands right out of the bedrock underneath Stone Martin village. The cavern is entirely lit by luminous glowing crystals embedded in the walls and in the natural stone pillars which support the roof. And beneath this roof, growing out of the stone floor, are crystal flowers and shrubs, mushrooms of every size, shape, and color, all translucent or transparent, all catching the light and glinting so that the whole place looks like fairyland. Which it might well be, to judge by the little winged creatures which flit around the flowers. You stop, breathless at the sight. The little winged creatures,
will they really be fairies?
Ignore you completely, but there is something else in this cavern, something larger and altogether more majestic. It is a tall, slender man-like figure with silver skin and huge golden eyes. Those eyes turn towards you the moment you enter. At your side, you feel EJ begin to quiver. The creature, perhaps the most beautiful thing you have ever seen, walked towards you, stopping no more than 10 meters distant. The golden eyes seem to stare directly into your very soul. It speaks. Mortal, who enter here are often obliged to stay forever.
I told you,
He says, EJ.
you've really done it now.
But the creature continues speaking, its melodious voice echoing within your mind. But I perceive your art is pure, and that your task is urgent. Therefore you may take that which you seek and leave in peace. And it turns away. That which you seek? But you don't know what you want, do you, Pip? Excuse me? You call? Excuse me, sir? The regal creature turns again and waits. I'm afraid I don't quite know where I am, confess. You have reached the entrance to the kingdom of the seed. I see it as your fate that you may one day adventure here, but for the moment, you may pass no further than this cavern. Which doesn't make a lot of sense, but you say hurriedly, I don't really want anything, you know, I sort of found this passage and was curious. Then, on an inspiration you had, my sword told me to come here. The creature smiles. Perhaps so. And since you want nothing, it is the custom of my race to give you something. Please, hand me your sword.
No!
Screams EJ, then mercifully faints and falls silent. Compelled by some unknown force, you hand EJ to the silver figure who strokes the blade briefly once, then hands it back to you. When your sword awakens, he will be slightly changed. From this moment on, he will score +10 when fighting dragons. Go now. And this time, as he turns, the light begins to fade from the crystals hurriedly. You make your way back through the secret passage. Quite something that, Pip. Take a deep breath to calm yourself and return to your village map, and don't forget EJ now scores +10 against dragons. Yes, yes. Something useful that we can't lose. Okay, what's left on that damn village map? This one. We did that already. There's a row of cottages there. This one. As you approach this cottage, you notice by the front door one of those ghastly plastic garden gnomes that are going to become extremely popular in a few centuries' time. Wait a minute. A plastic gnome in the days of King Arthur? Something badly wrong here, Pip.
Hello, human person,
the gnome says, as you stand staring at him in amazement.
You're real?
You ask stupidly.
I think so,
says the gnome.
What can I do for you?
Which is a very good question, since all you'd really plan to do is nose around in his cottage, and you can very well tell him that. Eventually you say, I wonder, noble gnome, if by chance you know the best way to the Dragon's Cavern, or indeed any way out of this village might do. He nods his gnomish head, seriously.
Of all the questions you might have asked, I have answers of a sort for those two. Have you money to pay for them?
No. Pay for what, you ask?
The answers, roars the gnome peevishly. You don't think I part with valuable information for free, do you?
Of course not, you lie through your teeth. How much do the answers cost?
That depends,
says the gnome, a little more calmly now.
I'm by way of being a sporting gnome, you see. I'm quite prepared to let chance decide the price.
With which he produces 2 dice from his pocket. Very similar indeed to the dice you yourself are using.
Would you care to examine these? He asked, to ensure they are not loaded or interfered with in any way.
You do so. This may be the age of chivalry, but chivalry doesn't extend to letting yourself get ripped off by a gnome. The dice, however, are perfectly normal.
Now,
says the gnome,
you wish to know the way to Dragon Cavern, we'll make that question 1. And you wish to know a way out of the village, we'll make that question 2. Now we'll roll these perfectly normal dice and find out in gold pieces what each question is worth. For every point shown by the dice, the value will be 10 gold pieces. So you may get your question answered for as little as 20, or you may have to pay as much as 120. Write the dice score multiplied by 10 in the spaces below.
Alright. Question 1 is 5 gold and question 2 is 1 gold. Can you afford to pay to have your questions answered? Check your available money and valuables if you don't want to pay, whether you can afford to or not. Well, let's trash lots of stock. Let's trash the loot and let's trash the eggs. And if you pay for both answers, yeah, we need to go to both of them one after the other. So question 1. This may well be a gnome of Zurich, Pip. You wouldn't believe the way he counted and recounted your money before stashing it carefully away in a leather pouch with a lock on it. Imagine, a locked pouch. But he seems determined to give good value for money, which is something. He tells you that it is indeed possible to find your way to the Dragon's Cavern from within Stone Martin village, and also mentions that it isn't very far. All you need to do is go to the Rune Tower. Oh, the place where we died previously. And there search carefully for a trapdoor in the floor which leads into a tunnel leading in turn to the path which will bring you to the Dragon Cavern. Excited as you are, you make to zip off instantly to the Rune Tower, but the gnome stops you with a gesture.
One word of advice, he says, and free of charge at that. It might be safest if you did not go to the Dragon Cavern before searching Stone Martin village thoroughly. This is a dangerous place, as I know only too well, but it does have hidden somewhere 1 or 2 items which may mean the difference between life and death when you enter the cavern. Your life and death, that is. But whether it's these items and where shall I find them, you cry. The gnome shakes his gnomish head. King Arthur himself will not have enough gold in the royal treasury to pay for that information. And he nods politely and disappears into his cottage, closing the door behind him. When you try to follow, as you most certainly do, you find the door, which looks like wood, is in fact some hardened form of metal, while the windows are of some magically toughened glass, which is quite unbreakable. The cottage is as secure as a bank vault. Nothing else for it, since the gnome refuses to come out, but to return to your map of Stone Martin village and make your decision. Further to go. Question number 2. After counting your money very carefully indeed, the gnome tells you that you're 2 ways out of the village. 2 of the cottages have back doors. Alright, yeah, I remember those. Check on the map which one are exactly. Right, we know how to go out. We know that the Dragon Cavern is in the Rune Tower, finally. And it's hidden behind a fucking dice roll. Seriously, that sucks so much. I'm pissed off now. Okay, we succeeded the dice roll at the Rune Tower this time. Ah, that's the... Oh, we died... That's the same way that we died before? We needed to roll lower on this one. Yeah, so let's go lower to plow through this shit. Alright. A little perseverance goes a long way. You've spotted a doorway. Not a door, just a doorway. The door itself is long gone. But the doorway leads into the Rune Tower. You draw your sword and edge carefully towards it, senses straining for any hint of danger. There is no sound, nothing at all. You enter.
It is gloomy in these ruins, so that it takes a moment for your eyes to adjust. But eventually you see that the interior of the tower is in even worse condition than the outside. Fallen stones and heaps of rubble lie everywhere. There are the remains of a stone staircase spiraling upwards, but it doesn't go very far. You can see where the top fell in less than 5 meters above your head. For a moment you consider returning outside, but since you have come this far, you decide to explore a little. Your sword still at the ready, you begin to move carefully through the rubble. Once again, your perseverance is rewarded. You see, half hidden by the rubble, a rotten wooden trapdoor, bound in rusty iron. There is an iron ring to lift. You grip the ring firmly and heave. The ring comes away in your hand, but it doesn't matter. The old door is so rotted, the metal is so rusted, that it all crumbles, leaving you staring down into a deep dark shaft, too dark to see. Quickly you light a torch. The flickering light shows you steep stone steps leading downwards. Once again you hesitate, wondering if you should return to the sunshine outside, but what is there in the village for you? Are you not Pip the Dragon Slayer? Well, Pip the prospective Dragon Slayer, anyway. Bravely you step onto the stairway. Bravely you slip and fall. Bravely you dust yourself down when you reach the bottom. With no damage done, fortunately. You are in an underground corridor, dark, dank, unlit. Will you follow it? Of course you will. Well, won't you? If you don't wish to follow the corridor, return. No, let's follow the corridor. You emerge into a volcanic wasteland. All around you are lava flats, vast stretches of stone distorted into grotesque shapes, a rippled, pitted surface that is difficult to travel over. You are surrounded by high cliffs, their sheer faces towering upwards to vast heights. Let's hope you don't have to climb these, Pip. Even with equipment, it could take you the best part of a year. It is gloomy here. The cliffs are so high they cut out much of the sunlight. It should be chill as well, but in fact the place is almost tropical, probably on account of some low-level volcanic activity. Certainly there is a sharp, acrid smell of sulfur, as if you had stepped into the very mouth of hell. You make your way forward carefully, ears straining for any sound. The ground is generally firm enough, although it crumbles slightly in places, and from time to time a low, almost subsonic rumbling shivers from below your feet, setting your nerves even more on edge. There are only 2 routes open to you, due north and northeast. Other directions are cut off either by the cliff faces or towering, tortured, twisted spires of rock. Let's go northeast, since there's an east there. The smell of burning sulfur hangs heavily in the air, now joined by a second stench, the unmistakable odor of methane. You seem to be getting warm here, Pip, and that has nothing to do with the heat. The path you are on ends in the yawning mouth of a great cavern, not to put too fine a point on it. You definitely seem to have found Dragon Cavern. Don't suppose you want to go home now? Don't not. Gird your loins and go to the next paragraph. Behind you the volcanic wasteland, before you the mouth of a dark, gloomy, yawning cavern. In your nostrils the scent of dragon and the smell of sulfur fumes and methane gas. In your hand, if you have any sense at all, your trusty sword. In your mind a knowledge of your spells. This is it, Pip. This is the place you have searched for so long. Yes, for so long. The place you risk your life to find. If there were trumpeteers here, they will blow a huge triumphant fanfare of the heavens, although it's perhaps as well that there are not, for the last thing you need is a stampede of dragons, brass or otherwise, disturbed by a blast of trumpet music. You edge forward, senses alert, heart pounding. Questions cascade unbidden into your mind. Will the brass dragon really be hiding here? Merlin seems to think so, but he could be wrong. How many other dragons will you find here? Everyone in Avalon knows this cavern is the home of a large number of the monsters. What else is in the warren of underground tunnels, corridors, caves, and caverns you are about to enter? Legend speaks of creatures so ghastly that they can live unmolested by the fire breathers, creatures so terrifying that even dragons leave them alone. It is enough to daunt all but the most valiant heart, which is why it is to your eternal credit, Pip, that you take a firm step forward. I hope the cavern is short. You are within a bone-dry natural cavern, the floor of which is liberally scattered with bones and skulls, many animals, some human, and several of creatures you do not immediately recognize. Nothing stirs here. You are aware only of silence. There are 3 exits on the northern wall of this entrance cavern. Which will you choose? Left, right, center? And just one more thing, Pip. The exit corridors are narrow. As you examine them in the flickering light of your torch, you see that they twist and turn. In your heart of hearts, you know that this may be your fateful choice, for in this part of your adventure there will be no turning back. Onward to glory or to death. Yeah, I guess it will be death. I like the number 99 and it's right, but usually we should go left when we can go left. So, 98. The corridor, a natural fissure in the rock by all appearances, twists, turns, widens, and then narrows until you have almost lost all sense of direction.
Although your experience suggests it generally runs roughly northwest.
Eventually the passage narrows to such a degree that you are actually forced to turn sideways in order to pass through it. You are squeezing through the last few meters when you emerge, like a cork from a bottle, into another cavern, larger than the entrance cavern. Marching through this cavern is a contingent of tiny, ugly, large-headed humanoid creatures, each armed with a sword and wearing leather armor. There is no doubt in your mind that you have met up with a party of rock trolls. There is a second passage leading out of this cavern to the north, rather wider than the one by which you entered, but how to reach it? Your invisibility spell can work here. If you get your roll and use it successfully, you may creep quietly past the trolls and leave by a northern passage, which is the other one that we didn't take. You might try to introducing yourself and hoping to convince the trolls to let you pass. Or you may fancy your chances of hacking them to bits, 6 trolls with 10 life points. They hit on a 6 with plus 2 damage. So that's a possibility of 8. I think we should just act through all of them. That leads to the other passageway. It takes so much. Don't want to risk the invisibility spell before the dragons. It needs to. Maybe we can kill them all in one shot. Let's try it. I feel lucky there. Six trolls. Alright, we have the first strike, so let's make it count. And it doesn't... it sucks so much. You have an armor of 1. That's mean 4 damages. Then we have 5 trolls fighting back. It's the hit, but the armor takes it all. Armor takes it all. It's a hit, and armor takes it all again. That one's a miss. And that's a hit, but the armor takes it all as well, since they need to roll. Yeah, they need to roll 12. No, 11. 11 or 12 to hit. Alright, let's kill the first one. Then it's dead. Good, good, good. That's 9 damage minus 1, 8 dead. We have 5 trolls again. Armor. 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 And armor. Okay, good. Next roll. Miss. Come on, EJ. Oh, the last one hit. That's 2 damage. EJ roll. Oh, seriously? Oh, how come it sucks so much? Miss. Miss, miss. 9, that's not enough. Not enough again. Okay, that's it. 7 minus 1, 6 plus 5, 11. Second troll's dead. 4 to go. Locked. Miss. Locked. Locked. Our turn. Miss. Come on. Troll miss. Ah, that's it. 2 damage. 1 damage. And blocked. Down to 39. Our turn, that's it, but only 4 damage. Luck. The miss as well, another block. And block. Our turn. Ah, it sucks. Troll miss. Miss. Blocked. That's a hit, 1 HP. Go EJ. Oh, 12. Okay. Well, third troll is dead. Troll hit. Damage. Miss. And hit again. 2 damage. Or shot against a troll. 8. So that's 4 plus 5 minus 1. 8 damage. Troll miss. Blocked. Blocked. Our turn. Troll is dead. Only 2 left. A long fight, but it's worth it to preserve our invisibility spell. Blocked, miss. Our turn. It's the hit. 9, 8, 2 HP left. Troll. Blocked. Miss. And Troll's dead. Only one left. It's blocked. Oh, that's a really small hit. 4 damage. Troll blocked. And our turn. 10, it's dead. Finally, all trolls are dead. And we have experience point, been a while. Alright, we can go to the next paragraph. The passageway, which looks as though it has been used fairly often, runs in a 200-meter stretch to a vast cavern, notable mainly for the almost overpowering stench which emerges from it. Your torch soon shows the cause of the smell. The center of the cavern floor is piled high with dragon droppings. Your hand drops instantly to your sword hilt, but a moment's quick inspection convinces you there are no dragons about at the moment. As you stand in the center of the cave,
Just north of the manor, Ebe.
there are 3 exits. West, we have killed trolls there. North, which is a different path. East is almost totally blocked by a large boulder. If you wish to try this direction, roll 2 dice to find out if you are strong enough to move the boulder. We can use a fireball to crumble the boulder. We can search the heap of dragon dung away. It seems like a really good idea. What kind of shit dragons make? Let's do that first. You found a ring. It fits neatly on the finger of your left hand. The trouble is now you've tried it, you can't get it off, and it tingles slightly. A tingle ring. Wonder what a tingle ring actually does. But never mind that now. Okay, so we have a tingle ring. Can go back to the previous sections. Well, let's try to move the boulder. Let's go, Pip. Ah, there we go. The corridor takes you without mishap to a small, apparently empty cave. 3 exits, 2 that we didn't take, 1 that we are just coming from. A flicker at the corner of your eye, you spin around but there is nothing there. Another flicker, you turn again, still nothing there. Something touches your left arm, chilling it to the bone. For the briefest instant you are staring into the glowing, ethereal eyes of a wraith. Then the creature vanishes instantly. A wraith? Those things are deadly, and they can only be fought with spells. Physical weapons do them no damage whatsoever. The wraith is attacking you, Pip. That single touch costs you 10 life points. Okay. You must use your spells. The wraith has 25 life points. And each spell costs 3 life points to cast. Let's do plus 10. The wraith does plus 3 damage. Initiative. Yes, we're first. Let's go. First attack. Come on, EJ. Oh, that's so bad. We lost. Kind of. Did we lost? Just 10 damage to an attack. Yeah, technically we lost the spell. Since we had to cast the spell first. I think it's time to use Pierre squared. Yes, that's a success. Three turns. So we have 3 turns to bash that thing. Fire finger lightning bolts. Yes, that's it for 10 damage. We have a second shot. Fire finger lightning bolts. Yeah, hit again. He has only 5 life points left. Fire finger lightning bolts. Ah, that's a miss. So that's the last turn that he can't do anything. Our turn again. Fire finger lightning bolts. Miss. Well. Okay, so down in fire fingers. But the Wraith has a shot now. Oh, so bad. +9. We have 6 of leather armor and dragon hide. 3 damage. Fire finger lightning bolts. And it's dead. Oof. Okay. Okay, we can take the exit now. South or east? Let's go east. It's a different east than last time. Passageway opens abruptly so that you find yourself standing on the rocky shore of a vast underground lake. There is no road around these still dark waters, but there is at least a rather battered, leaky rowboat tied up only a few meters away from you. You have previously discovered on this adventure that you can swim. You might like to try swimming the lake. You want to risk that rowboat, but it's a leaky rowboat. Maybe we should swim. You carefully remove your clothes and tie them up into a bundle before plunging into the icy waters of the underground lake into the jaws of a very large fish lurking in the depths. This could be rather tricky, Pip. Old DJ is tied up in the bundle, so you're going to have to try to strangle that fish with your bare hands. Or knock it senseless or whatever you do with fish. It only has 10 life points. Large fish. Yeah. 10 life points, which doesn't sound too difficult, but the problem is you're underwater, which means you have to get rid of the fish within 3 combat rounds, otherwise you'll drown. Meanwhile, the fish will be biting you, which won't do your own life points much good. So it's a bare hand fight, okay. We have an option to stun if we put it to 5 HP though. Initiative. The fish goes first. Ah. I guess we have no armor as well. So that's 5. Okay, that's a hit against the fish. Only 4 HP though. Fish turn. Miss. Our turn. Oh. Well, I think we have no other option than kill the fish now. Yeah. Fish hits 2 HP. Oh, and the fish is dead. Alright. You have strong arms, Pip, or maybe just a lot of luck. Whichever way you made it, you squelch off across the cavern floor to the entrance of an exit passageway to the east. Is good. Are we there yet? Wow, this must be your lucky day, Pip. As you step into a cave, your torchlight illuminates the largest heap of gems, silver, gold, electrum, jade, ivory, and artifacts you have ever seen. There is a king's ransom here, a treasure beyond the wildest dreams of avarice. This cavern makes the wizard Anselm's fabled treasure house look like the small change booth in a second-rate circus. There must be millions, where maybe billions. Diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, zircons, pearls, hundreds of them. Thousands of them just sitting there in a huge pile waiting to be shoveled into a backpack. This must be the legendary dragon's treasure. Ransom money for freed maidens. Treasure trove from ravaged monasteries and castles. All the booty collected over centuries by generations of rampaging dragons. All of it here. All of it just waiting for a brave adventurer like you. This could make such a difference to your lifestyle, Pip. This could buy you a castle, a dozen castles. This could. But you know full well what this could do. All you have to do to get it,
As much as you can carry at least, which is still an awful lot,
is to persuade the lady with the funny-looking hair to let you take it. The lady with the funny-looking hair? That isn't hair on her head, it's snakes. Could this be the Medusa, the mythical female whose very look turns people to stone? Now you come to mention it, there are several very lifelike statues standing around near the heap of treasure. But think about all that loot, Pip. Think what you could do with it. Grab some of this treasure, you're going to have to fight a Medusa. If you feel discretion might be the better part of valor, you may use your invisibility spell to get out of this cave. And we can try to creep out without the invisibility spell. I'm not sure that fighting the Medusa is a good idea. It's not like being dead right away. Last time we lost all our money at the end of the book. Let's go with the creeping around. That's so risky. Try it out, and if it sucks, let's go invisibility. Okay, invisibility. Oh no, 7, that's good, 7. Oh, right, that's 7 or 12. Ah, that's the other way, we need to roll low, so goodbye invisibility. Okay. It costs 10 life points, then we need to use... and I forgot all the Firefinger lightning bolts. Do we use previously? That cost actually 15. So I need to remove 15 from the first HP and remove the bowl of feeling stew. Okay, the passage of this cavern. I think there's one that we used before. Let's go to the other one. No, that's the place that we're coming from, so the other one. You trip gaily along this passage without a care in the world until you fall down a pit trap. Ah, damn. Roll 2 dice to determine the damage caused. That's 6. Okay, not too bad. We just don't have anything else to heal us and out of all the healing potions that we have. Time the healing potions where how they work. Let's go check at the end. Potion. There's no information on the eating potions in this book. It's so weird. I think we had to roll 2 dice for each potion. So 11, that's 34. Let's use the second one. And so 21, oh, that's give us 44 straight. All right. Okay, we're not dead with the pit trap. If you get out of the pit, you may proceed. One way that we did already, so we need to go back the other way. The passageway runs due east for a time, then curves. First northeast, then with increasing sharpness north, you catch a strange odor, a little like that of the cattle shed at the home of your adoptive parents, but more pungent, and somehow strangely menacing. Nonetheless, you press on. Pip is not an adventurer for nothing. What is a little danger between friends? She who hesitates is lost. Press on regardless. Why such daft thoughts are drifting through your mind? You reach the end of the passage and step directly into another cavern. There is an exit on the north wall, another to the east, and 3 large brass-bound chests, and a small matching casket on the floor some 5 meters ahead of you. This will be an interesting and intriguing place to explore at your leisure, were it not for one thing. Between you and the chest, to mention the exit passage, is a 2 meters tall, heavily muscled figure holding a naked sword. Except you aren't looking at the sword right now, however threatening it might be. You are looking at the figure's head, which incredibly is that of a bull. You have entered the cave of the Minotaur. Halt, bellows the Minotaur, making a curious scraping gesture with his right foot on the floor. No one passes this way. Keep your voice down, you silly monster, you reply, perhaps with more bravado than you actually feel. I have no quarrel with you, I'm simply trying to find the brass dragon. You? Snorts the Minotaur. A little pipsqueak like you looking for the brass dragon? I am no pipsqueak, you answer proudly. Alto, my name is Pip. Perhaps you have heard of me? The Minotaur shakes his huge head, snorting. Can say I have. Then, you say, you may have heard of the man who sent me, Merlin, the greatest magician in all Avalon. Merlin, is it? I thought he'd be dead of old age by now. Pretty much alive, say quickly, on the principle that Jaja is safer than Fight, especially when you're facing anything as tough looking as a Minotaur. And you really know him personally? Of course. The Minotaur stopped scraping his foot on the ground. Do you think you could persuade him to fix my head? What's wrong with your head? You ask, wondering if the monster has a headache. It's shaped like the head of a ball, says the Minotaur. Hadn't you noticed? Well, yes, you admit. The Minotaur sits down on one of the chests and leans his sword against his knee. The great bull's head hangs sorrowfully. Most people do, he remarks. He looks up. You don't think I was born like this, do you? And before you can answer, he goes on. No, of course not. I was a perfectly normal child, good looking as you are. I live in Athens, a little Greek village you may have heard of. My head grew like this because I ate too many hamburgers, I think. I'm not altogether sure, but it's the only reason I can think of. All my friends deserted me, and while the king of Crete was decent enough to give me a job for a time guarding his labyrinth, the pay was appalling, and eventually I turned it all in to come and skulk here. Do you think Merlin could cure me? I'm sure he could, you say. He's very good at changing the shape of things. If you can get him to do it, says the Minotaur, I'd be ever so grateful. Will you let me pass through your cave unarmed? You ask wearily. I can do that. Anyone who comes in here has to fight me. That's tradition. But we can make it a token fight with no weapons. First one to knock off 10 life points is the winner. If you win, you can go on through. I'll even let you search these chests for anything useful. If you lose, you have to go straight back to Merlin and see about fixing my head. How does that suit you? That suits me fine, you say, in some relief. Shall we fight now? Yes, let's, said the Minotaur excitedly, leaping to his feet. Roll 2 dice to decide the outcome of the fight. The Minotaur needs a 6 to hit, exactly as you do, since this is a fist fight. First roll decides who gets first strike. That's same, 4 against 4. And we go first, alright. 6, that's a hit. We don't do any damage though. That's the fist fight. Minotaur turns. That's 4. 2 against 4. 2 against 7. Ah, that's so bad. And the Minotaur wins. Ah. Well, at least you're not dead. A little battered, perhaps. But definitely not dead. The only problem is that now you have to ask Merlin to fix the Minotaur's stupid great head. Don't forget your promise, says the Minotaur as if reading your thoughts. And the only way you can get to see Merlin during this adventure seems to be by getting yourself killed. They'd call that Catch-22 in your own time, Pip. How will it be, you suggest hesitantly, if I promise to ask Merlin about your little difficulty the very next time I see him? I don't want to go all the way back now because I have a brass dragon to fight if I can find it. When are you likely to see him? Asked the Minotaur suspiciously. Next time I'm killed, say honestly. That shouldn't take too long in a place like this, remarks the Minotaur. I'm a reasonable monster. I'll wait. Thank you, noble Minotaur, you say politely. And, adds the Minotaur in a sudden burst of generosity, Once you have seen him, you may take the contents of my casket. With which he impulsively forces the casket into your hands. The casket will not open, however hard you try, until you have been once more to 14 and seen Merlin.
Or if you are too stupid to get yourself killed after you have gone back to the very start of this adventure.
But when you have fulfilled your promise, and not before, you may turn there, make a note of the number. Okay, casket 135. Find out what is in the casket before going on to the next section you will normally reach from wherever you are. Got that? Good. There are 3 passages out of the Minotaur Cave. 1 that we know, 2 that we don't. Let's go with that one. Will we go out one day of this cavern? Dragon, where it is? This cavern is completely lined with metal, floor walls and ceiling, and the whole north wall is taken up with bank upon bank of truly massive machinery. It was never made by dragons, or by anybody else in the time of King Arthur. If you weren't really a young person from the 20th century occupying another body, you might be tempted to think it was magic. But you are a young person from the 20th century, so you know perfectly well you are facing some strange sort of giant machine. But who made it? How did it get here? And what does it do? What a mystery. What a puzzle. What a glorious opportunity to poke around a bit and get yourself into no end of trouble. You might be sorely tempted to walk directly to that control panel on the north wall, were it not for one small thing. The machinery is being tended by no less than a dozen hunchback dwarves of evil countenance. 12 of them, Pip. Could even an adventurer of your reputation and experience fight them all? The choice is yours. Invisibility, sneak, or hack the dwarves to pieces. Oh god. $12s, that's way too much. Sneaky, sneaky. We managed to get sneaky, sneaky. Okay, you may try to creeper wave, so roll in this corner. You made it without any of the... But where do we go if we can sneak? I think it's the same section. We need to go back to the Minotaur's cave. Sucks so much. That's so. No. Don't know what we do if we sneak the dwarves. There's no numbered section. Creep away, so we need to go back to the other passage. I've stepped nothing down different sections that we were at. Where are the other one? Minotaur, where are you? Okay, there's the Minotaur. Anywhere here. Okay, here's the other passage. Let's go away from the dwarves, take the other passage. What a maggoty little cavern. Low roof, no exit, and the whole place is positively full of some sort of nasty fungus. Smelly, nasty fungus. Even at this very minute, it's eating its way through your leg. Run, Pip, too late. We're dead. Okay, so we have the shit from the Minotaur. Chest 3 contains a scroll, this is what it says. Gibberish. Which isn't very enlightening unless you can manage to decode it. Maybe there's something to help you in chest 1. Quickly, you throw it open and are promptly bitten by a large snake. Oh, what the fuck. Score between 5 and 12. You're naturally immune. Pop the city snake back in its chest and try to decode the note. As the Minotaur predicted, the remaining chests have vanished. I really don't feel like decoding a note right now. But I tried all the other places. I'm sure the solution is here. Damn. Let's say we kill the dwarves, what it does. There's something with a key that I don't have. And it kills us. I think I really need to solve that shit. Okay, I'm going to look on the internet because I don't want to take time to solve this. Okay, here's the answer. I could have solved this quite kind of quickly actually. One letter back. I, Ethelbert, monk and warrior, having befriended the beast with the cosette, do attest that only the key within the casket will permit admittance to the lair of the fire breathers. Alright, but where is that key? And it's the key you need to insert. And once you've seen it, you may take the contents of my cassette. But where is chest 2 from the caskets? Something seems broken here. We won against the Minotaur instead of not. Yeah, I guess. Doesn't fit with anything actually, since since we go back. Oh, yes, we kill ourselves, go back to Merlin, ask him to help the Minotaur, come back, tells him that he will help the Minotaur, and he will give us a choice of chess. We already opened 1 and 3, so we want 2 in the casket, I think. The casket contains a large key. Wonder where that might fit then. The chest is no help. It contains only a bottle clearly marked snake venom antidote. Yeah, well. Then we go back to the dwarves. We need to kill the dwarves. Just so crazy. 12 of them. I really don't want to go through that fight, so let's skip the fight. Then we enter the key from the Minotaur in the machine. And we can go forward from there. Yeah, that's how it goes. Alright, okay. Pulling all 3 levers wasn't a good idea. Sudden it is this big enough thing. Please skin slot before activating levers. 3. There's nothing, it's all random. Oh man, it sucks so much. It spawns a bunch of monsters. Which combination of lever is the highest number, actually? 2 levers up and 1 down. Sounds bad. It returns us to the beginning. Oh man. Why did it turn to shit at the end? The book wasn't so bad so far. We need to try all the combinations one after the other. Really not fun. Blackness. Blah, blah. There are different places there. We're so far from the end. Seems so far from the end there. Trying to find the good route with the levers. Okay, let's find all the bad routes actually. 139, 141, 144, 147. 4 options, okay. Of machinery. Don't know what happened. A new crossroad. Second option. There's a fight. Can kill the monster, we continue. And we arrive at the funnel downwards, which is the same path here as the first. So the first path is best. The second returns to the beginning, and the third rather, and the last one returns to the beginning as well. So what's left is taking one of the 2 options, and the one without a fight is best. There is a hum of machinery, a vibration thrills through your body for a moment. You feel dizzy, disoriented, a spiral of light emerges from the plate beneath your feet and coils around you. Your head spins, you feel dizzy in blackness. You're standing in an underground corridor of a work stone, lit by torches placed at intervals and brackets on the walls. The middle-line cavern has vanished. You are at a sort of 3/4 crossroads. Corridors run north, south, and west, and they look equally dark and treacherous. Not much to go on, but where do you go from there? So that one is the fight. We don't want to go there. There are 2 options, north and south. South. You stare about in the evil-smelling and menacing darkness before you make your way carefully down the steps into a smallish chamber. Another chamber, Pip defiantly man-made, but very old and long abandoned by all appearances. The rotted remnants of a door hang by the entrance. The ceiling is all fitted by spider webs. An exit to the north leads into another passage, slanting downwards. But between you and the exit are some items of considerable interest. A chest well preserved despite its age, and a newish-looking scroll dropped near the exit. Chest or scroll first? Check the scroll, I guess. The scroll, which was plainly written very recently, reads, I, Ethelbert, a monk and warrior, loyal subject of Arthur's Rex, son of Uta Pendragon, and rightful liege lord of the realm of Avalon, do hereby attest that by the grace of God and fleetness of foot, I have avoided the foul, slithering creature which guards his accursed chamber, and have, to my misfortune, explored the chest herein. Be warned, you who may follow after me, that while the chest contains an artifact of inestimable value, it contains also death, and death in many forms. These I have discovered. Within the asp is a needle tipped with virulent poison. Inlaid in the lid is a precious stone, which, if pressed, will open the chest and place a curse upon the adventurer who touched it, causing the immediate loss of 30 life points. Within the chest are webs, like unto spider webs, yet not natural webs, for these foul strands will hold firm any creature. Naught but a magic blade may cut them with impunity, else they may be burned through with magic fire. Beneath the webs are creatures of the night, shadows no larger than the hand of a man. 6 in all, each so weak that a single blow might render its extinction, yet so strong that it can remove 15 life points in an instant. Beneath these creatures is the treasure of the chest, a magical orb, which, so it is claimed, is the only means whereby an adventurer may survive in this foul cavern. But I, for one, do not believe this, trusting as I do in the grace of God. Thus have I left the orb for those who follow after me. This I have here signed Ethelbert, monk and warrior. Now we can examine the chest. The chest is banded in brass, closed with asp inlaid, and the lid is an ornamental and ornate design in gold leaf surrounding a large carbuncle ruby. There seem to be several possible ways of opening the chest, Pip. You might, for example, simply flip back the asp and try the lid. Might alternatively consider that a chest of this type must have a secret catch, probably triggered by the gemstone on the lid. Or you may by now be too impatient for these subtleties and smash the chest open with a sword. Uh-huh. With the needle and the poison, can always go back. Like this. Go back. Needle poison. Need to take a safer method actually. Yeah. I thought the venom antidote will help, but not at all. So press the gem, but we're going to lose 30 life points, which is... let's take the risk for where we are. Just lid springs open. We lose 30 life points. Can examine the open chest. It has been many years since the chest was used. The tangled profusion of dusty spider webs. We need to cut them with EJ. Can burn them away. That's crazy. That seems to have worked alright. The webs are cleared. Uh-oh, there are small black shapes flitting from the chest pip, just little things about the size of a man's hand, maybe even a bit smaller, 6 of them flapping up out of the chest like bats or butterflies, except they aren't bat or butterflies, pip, or birds or moth or anything like that. They are even solid. They just look like, well, like shadows. They're probably nothing, Pip, probably not dangerous. They're probably nothing at all to worry about. All the same, they're flitting towards you. Sure that the shapes are friendly. Attack the shapes or they're friendly. So attack the shapes. Aggressive little soul, aren't you? Well, since you decided to attack, you have the first strike at the little horrors, which is maybe just as well. They have 4 HP. 6x4. We don't kill it the first time, they remove 15 HP. One after the other. Okay. Kind of new. That's it. It's dead. That's it. It's dead again. Dead. 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 And dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go EJ. Job's done. Next. Look, Pip, there's an orb at the bottom of the chest. It rests on a purple velvet cushion beside a small inscribed plaque of polished brass. You bend forward to read the words, and the words are these. The orb of the Dragon Master. All natural-born fire-breathing lizards are subject to the orb. To activate its power, breathe upon its surface. If you be truly a Dragon Master, no fire-breather of natural species will attack you. If you be not truly a Dragon Master, then the orb may still protect you. Although of this there can be no certainty until you put it to the test. If the fire breather be a lizard of the magic species, a silver, gold demon, or brass dragon, or the like, then the orb will not have power over it, not even in the hands of a Dragon Master. What a fine Pip. Pity you're not a Dragon Master, but at least now you have a chance of getting past the other dragons in this place before you meet Old Brassy. So you take the orb carefully from its velvet cushion and put it away safely, wondering who made it and how long ago, and what race had Dragon Masters, a title honored of in King Arthur's Avalon. You search both chest and chamber thoroughly, But there is nothing more of interest here. Venom Antidote. Orb of the Dragon Master. The exit tunnel descends quite steeply into the bowels of the earth, and while it is little different from other tunnels you have passed along here, some instinct finally owned by many dangers tells you that now at least you're nearing your final goal. And it seems your instinct speaks truly finally. The rank stench of dragon grows stronger in your nostrils as a faint glow ahead gradually resolves itself into the luminous outline of another cavern entrance. Beyond it, faint but unmistakable, comes the distinctive rustle of dragon wings. Alright. The cavern you have entered is quite different from any other you have previously explored. Curious crystalline structures are embedded in the various rock surfaces, scintillating softly in the torchlight, casting sapphire and emerald shadows that flicker like magic flame. It is a huge cavern, much larger than any other you have entered. The floor steps downwards in a series of broad, shallow terraces, like some staircase constructed for a crippled giant. The final terrace sweeps away northwards, narrowing into a funnel, which soars abruptly upwards, forming an escape chimney through solid bedrock. The rank smell of dragons is everywhere. A sudden plume of flame illuminates the entire cavern briefly before dying. In that brief instant, you catch a heart-stopping glimpse of the great fire lizards. Scores of them, hundreds of them, nesting in crevices, roosting on the high rock. Outcrops far above your head, clinging to the rough walls like nightmare bats. Their red eyes watch you silently. Not the entire order of the Table Round could defeat this monstrous brood. Even the powerful magics locked within the orb, for which you risk your life, may not be enough to hold them. Your every instinct screams at you to flee. But you cannot flee, for there, on the west terrace, squatting hugely beside a blood-red crystal set upon a marble column, is the vast unblinking bulk of the monster you have been sent to kill, the brass dragon. The glinting amber eyes turn upwards to stare deep into your soul. Hiss! A tiny tongue of blue-green flame curls from the dragon's mouth, and as it does so, soundless words echo through your mind. Welcome, Pip, adventurer and faithful servant of the wizard Merlin. Your heart skips a beat. This is telepathy, a telepathic dragon. No lore has ever spoken of the brass dragon as a mind reader. Not the dragon, Pip. It is I who speak to you, mind to mind. You look around, bewildered. Momentarily unmindful of the dragon brood within the cave, you call aloud, Where are you? Where are you? I am Ethelbert, monk and warrior, Pip, an adventurer like yourself, but one whose good fortune now seems to be on the wane. As to where I am, God's will has permitted this hellish brood to work a strange magic, which placed my soul within the foul red crystal set upon the pedestal before you, wherein I shall be doomed to remain forever unless you have the strength to slaughter this disgusting beast and shatter the crystal to free me. But how shall I kill the brass dragon? You ask desperately, for in truth, any small self-confidence you ever had has now almost deserted you completely. Magic, brave Pip. Magic and force of arms. Strange forces are abroad in Avalon since the gateway to the ghastly kingdom of the dead was opened by this monster. But I have great confidence in you, Pip. Trust in God and strike surely to the head when you face this foul beast. But first you must run the gauntlet of the lesser dragons. May your mystic orb protect you. And he's right, you know, Pip. Before you even have a chance of getting yourself killed by the brass dragon, there are those hundreds of other dragons to deal with, so roll 2 dice, Pip, right now before your nerves fails. Yes, my nerves will fail. You breathe upon the orb, watching it cloud briefly, then flare into brilliant violet light. There is a rustling high above you as the great winged lizards react to the sudden luminescence. You take a deep breath and begin, heart thumping, to walk slowly forward. Will the orb protect you? If the magic fails, not all your strength, not all your experience, not all your remaining spells will help you more than momentarily against a combined onslaught of these great beasts. The dragons are restless, watching you intently. You reach the edge of the first terrace and step down. The brass dragon remains unaffected, as the plague inscription warned you it would. But at least it makes no move towards you, content to wait until you reach its present level. Until you do so, the real danger comes from the other fire breathers. You hesitate, glance upwards. Dragon eyes glint heavily, reflecting the violet light of the orb. One great beast takes off from a high ledge and plummets briefly towards you, then wheels, glides and returns to its roost high above. You reach the second terrace and step down. In your hand, the orb gently, quietly begins to sing. The sound, soft though it is, echoes through the whole cavern. Pair by pair, the eyes that watch you begin to droop, begin to close. One by one, the great dragons tuck their heads beneath their wings and sleep. You have won the first round. The orb has worked its powerful magic. Now all that remains is the most powerful dragon of them, all the huge brass monster that awaits you patiently below. You set down the orb, still gently singing, and draw your fateful sword. Bravely, nimbly, you race across the remaining terraces to meet your fate. Finally. A bit of cheating, but anyway. As you reach the lowest terrace, the brass dragon rears abruptly. Despite its bulk, the creature moves with truly alarming speed. It towers above you, ember eyes glittering with hate and intelligence. Dragon it may be, but it is no ordinary fire-breathing lizard. This is a creature of strength and power and cunning. Now, face to face with it at last, you can see how the legend arose that it was born in hell. An aura of powerful magic surrounds it, an aura of evil. All your strength, your skills, your ingenuity, and your remaining spells must be thrown into the coming battle, if you are to have the slightest possibility of success. And all my healing potions right now. Let's go healing potions. Uh, 12, 18, 26, 34, 38, and we're full with 6 healing potions. Four left. Alright. The Brass Dragon has 150 life points. Far more than your own. Strikes on a roll of 5 or better and scores +5 on each successful hit with Fang or Claw. Each third hit, it breathes a plume of blue-gold fire, which if it strikes you does +10. Damn. All your attack spells that are effective against the monster invisibility is partially effective in that the dragon can still sense your presence, but requires a roll of 8 or better to hit you while you remain invisible. But I don't have it anymore. Good hit, Pip, and calculate the outcome. Start with the initiative. Dragon first. That's a miss. You have Fireball. Otherwise, we have Excalibur Jr. Just +10. Go with the Fireball. That hits. Can only use one. But he's down to 75. The rest is in the end of Excalibur Jr., I guess. Seven, that's a miss. I think we should use the Fear 2 spell, which works. So he can't hit us for 3 turns in a row. Alright. Excalibur, that's a hit. Plus 4 plus 10, that's 14. First turn, no dragon attack. 5, that's a hit. So 11. Second round, no dragon attack. 8, that's a hit. Plus 14. 37. Third round without dragon attack. 7, that's a hit. 13. And let's use our last Pierre squared. Ah, not working. Dragon attack. That's a hit. At five was working. So last time he hit us with the plus 5, but our armors took everything. Now with the 8, that's 3 plus 5, 8, 2 damage, but next time he's going to fire breathe. We don't have any Pierce Square spells anymore. The power spell could be useful. So bad. Go Excalibur Jr. 10. That's plus 16 damage. Is panic worth it? Will block 10 damage. Ugh. Sure, if it's worth it. Dragon attack. 9. That means 4, 14. Oh! We're at 1 HP. Excalibur Jr. hits for 12 Dragon Dead. Oh! With all the twists and turns. Dragon Dead with 1 HP. We didn't die like dozens of times at the end of the water weird and whatever else on the road, but finally. The vast carcass of the once deadly brass dragon lies twitching at your feet. Swiftly you step towards the glowing red crystal and smash it from its pedestal to shatter into sparkling fragments on the rocky floor. A soundless burst of light, standing before you in a stained and tattered robe, broadsword gilded at his belt, is a massive bearded monk with flashing brown eyes. heavy brows and matted jet black hair. "By the holy toenail of St. Paul, but it was cramped in there," he rumbles. Then bowing slightly, he introduces himself. "Hilbert, monk, warrior, and faithful servant of Arthurian Rex, son of future Pendragon and rightful liege lord of the realm of Avalon, at your service." He hesitates, glancing at the brass dragon. "Although by the looks of things you have little need of my services this day, adventurer Pip, while I have every reason to be grateful for yours. But at least," he shrugs and settles the broadsword more comfortably at his hip, "I may show you the way out of here, so that we may return to Camelot together to convey the news that the menace of the brass dragon is now over." Pip Triumphant. So it came to pass that on a day in Avalon, two strange bedraggled figures made their way painfully from Dragon Cavern, and along the secret path which will lead them eventually back to Camelot. One was a huge dark-eyed and black-bearded warrior monk, the other smaller, slighter, but not one whit less impressive, a young but experienced adventurer whose name was surely destined to live forever in the annals of the realm. They travelled slowly, this oddly assorted pair, for both were weary from the efforts of various weird and dangerous adventures, and also because they dragged behind them a litter on which was stored much booty from the dragon caves. Not that Ethelbert, the monk, was much interested in treasure, of course, but Pip, the young adventurer, was of a different philosophy, and still smarted a little at the loss of another treasure collected on a different adventure. The way back was uneventful, for they knew the paths now and avoided such horrors as Stone Martin Village. Nonetheless, it took them several days to retrace their steps and return to the point from which they had set out, or at least the point from which Pip had set out. There in the field was none other than Wandering Wanda, Pip's favorite cow, looking sleek, content, and full of grass, as if nothing untoward had happened in the intervening time. "What now, young friend?" asked Ethelbert, who seemed to have attached himself to Pip since his rescue from the magic crystal. "I'm not entirely sure," said Pip, frowning slightly. "I suppose I should really report back to Merlin and tell him the brass dragon is dead, so that he can go to the king and reclaim his pension. But to tell the truth, I'm not exactly certain where to find him. He has a log castle in the woods, but when I last saw him he was in his crystal cave, and nobody knows how to reach him there." "But surely you do," Ethelbert protested. "Since you saw him there, can't you remember the road?" "I didn't take a road," Pip explained,
While being careful not to explain too much.
"He brought me to the place by magic." "Then perhaps he will bring us back there by magic?" Ethelbert suggested. "Since this was your starting point, why don't we just sit down here and wait for him to do something about it? He is supposed to be a great magician after all, the greatest in the realm. You must realize very soon that we are here with good news for him." And so the two companions sat in the field, guarding their treasure, with nothing better to look at than Wandering Wanda, and waited, and waited, and waited. Meanwhile, in the crystal cave,
Which really did smell so much better than the stench of Dragon Cavern.
the greatest magician in the realm was having a little trouble with his latest spell. It was a simple enough piece of magic, or should have been, based on the well-tried alchemical principle of changing lead to gold. Since his pension had been docked, the problem of stockpiling a little gold had become acute for the wizard, so that in desperation he had purchased the consignment of lead from a merchant and hired a team of dray horses to drag it to the secret entrance of his prison hiding place. The transaction, including the hire of the horses, had taken almost every penny he had, but he was certain he could recoup his investment at a vast profit once the alchemical operation was complete. Over the course of a week, he had personally carried the lead, a little at a time, into the crystal cave and piled it untidily in the middle of the floor near the makeshift furnace, which formed an important part of the alchemical operation. For those with an interest in such things, it He was using a process called the chemical marriage of the White Queen and the Green Dragon, which had nothing to do with marriage, dragons, or queens, or even chemistry for that matter.
It just goes to show how confusing alchemy can be.
Rather, it involved melting down the lead in the furnace and then adding to the molten mixture a collection of rare herbs and spices while waving a wand and chanting the words of a particular spell. It was something Merlin had done quite often during his student days when he was learning the first steps of magic in the Druid College at Langdugo. Then, under the direction of his tutors, it had always worked perfectly. Now, for some reason, it kept going wrong. The lead changed all right, but not into gold. Each time the ringing echoes of the spell died down within the cave, the lead turned into steam pudding. The 7th time this happened, Merlin
Didn't even like steam pudding.
flew into an uncharacteristic rage, overturned the furnace, and stamped away to another wing of his crystal cave, briefly determined out of bad temper and pique to place a blight on the kitchen garden of the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Merlin's dislike of the Archbishop and the Archbishop's mutual dislike of Merlin were well known in Avalon, although no one, including the two old men themselves, could remember how the trouble between them actually began.
Although one will not, of course, wish ill on an archbishop, it was fortunate that Merlin did lose his temper at this time. For while searching for his blight wand in a cupboard, he came across his crystal ball.
They slept for almost a week,
And therein noticed young Pip in the company of a cow and a rough-looking fellow in monk's robes. Beside them was a crudely made litter, apparently piled high with all sorts of treasure and assorted rubbish. But the important thing was that the canvas covering had slipped a little to reveal the head of the brass dragon. Merlin stared short-sightedly into a crystal for a moment, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Then he did a very strange,
and possibly magical,
thing indeed. He performed a whooping tap dance all around the crystal cave. Adventures anew. There will be a banquet of... Oh, it was Merlin. There will be a banquet, of course, said Merlin thoughtfully. And a tournament and so forth, with myself as guest of honor, and a place for you above the salt, young Pip, in recognition of the part you played in ridding the realm of this monster. May I bring my friend Ethelbert? Pip asked. If he cleans himself up a bit, Merlin said expensively, his eyes glazed again as he followed inward thoughts. I shall have my pension restored, very possibly even increased, since Arthur tends to be quite generous in situations like these. You can keep any treasure you've collected, Pip. Buy yourself a castle or something, possibly a new farm for your adoptive parents. The king may even be moved to elevate you to the aristocracy. You're a bit young, but who knows? I estimate we will have quite a while to enjoy ourselves before the trouble starts. Trouble? Pip blinked. Oh, yes, said Merlin. You did a sound job on the brass dragon, no doubt about that. But the gateway's still open. The gateway? Pip echoed. To the ghastly kingdom of the dead, Merlin snapped testily. I did tell you, as long as that stays open, the realm is in all sorts of danger. Still, you can always sort that out when you've got your breath back, enjoy your banquet, and so forth. Mark you, the business with the brass dragon is only a sideshow compared with the dangers you'll face when you go into the ghastly kingdom of the dead. He smiled. But I have great faith in you now, Pip. Yes, yes, indeed. I'm quite sure if anyone can manage it, you can. So don't worry about a thing. Just slip back to your own time for a little rest, and I'll call you again when I need you to tackle the ghastly kingdom. Yes, that's going to be your next adventure, Pip. Your next triumph. If you can survive it. A dreadful place, of course, but I'm certain you can manage it. And I'll call you for the job. Yes, indeed. Next week, same time, same channel.